Varda Walk, Psychological Adventure Fantasy, Slowburn LitRPG, complete. By Trathnonan. Chapter 98, Marching Orders. For 2 days, Ulrich did little other than attempt to manipulate his magic, to use the spell forms that he'd trained to mastery. Under tutelage of Shaw, Bathe, and Vedir, he'd found some measure of aptitude for magecraft, had applied the principles of his earthen science to hone their mental algorithms so finely polished and mana flows refined to perfection, as denoted by the Akashic's bestowal of the coveted rank 5 moniker for true comprehension. Nothing was working correctly, even when it did anything at all. Once more, Ulrich drew heavily on his awakened core, the ever-moving mana racing through him, unlike the placid forms before. He focused his will on the eternally self-searching Saran and pulled it into unaspected form, the neutral mana from which he could then shape Infrig. Hardening his will and keeping the image of the frozen blade clear in his mind, he failed completely, again, to cast Ice Blade. A drawing up of ice, only for the crystal to shift and shatter, diamond dust glittering in the air, drifting as the spell unraveled. This was the 3rd time in a row. 7 hells, Ulrich yelled, frustrated. At Gotha's prompting, he'd begun manipulating his mana, reverting it, and then reshaping it to make his standard list of spells. It was exceedingly difficult and far slower than he was accustomed. He felt almost like he'd taken a step backwards in his magical prowess. He hadn't been this slow to get these mental algorithms rolling since he'd initially taught himself the magic way back in around his campfire, lit evenings in the glade. If he'd had this much trouble when that mage attacked him, he'd be a dead man. Hell, he probably would have struggled to cast well enough to kill the heckler monkeys. This sucked. This sucks, he told the room, speaking to no one in particular. Is awakening your core supposed to be a good thing? Ulrich asked sarcastically. Your core, the instrument of your connection between Varda's manosphere and your will, has been rebuilt entirely. It is the first days. Give it some time, suggested Taipan, instead of saying, you give it some time. Like a juvenile, Ulrich merely thought it. Like a juvenile, damn it, he was feeling inadequate, now that one of his greatest weapons had been pretty effectively neutered. Breathing deeply a few times to recenter, Ulrich broke down and asked, okay, what am I doing wrong? The spell feels like it's falling apart somehow, like it vibrates as the mana forms. Gotha stroked his beard and waved a hand as if it was to be expected. It's to be expected, he said. Ulrich very carefully did not spit on the ground. Your core is attuned to Saran now, Glade Chief. Saran, by its nature, is in motion. It is heavily composed of motis, the primordial mana form of movement. By contrast, Infrig has a most predominant component of Decidia, unmotion. These two are incompatible, and your attempts to revert your mana are failing to purify the mana completely. Think of it in this way. Your mana is vanished night, but you are trying to create pure water. Even the slightest imperfection of your distillations is going to cause the motis left behind to contaminate, breaking apart the Infrig matrix. Gotha said, in the most drawn-out way to say, git good possible. Ulrich sighed. At least most of his other spells were fine. A little slow, but still potent. Stonewall didn't want to find down like he'd done to make the track on their wild ride back to Irielhos from the Ancients' Plateau, but he could live with that. Not having access to an entire element was different. He'd have to live with it a while, though. Gotha had suggested that it could be years before he was back to full speed with his other-than-lightning magics. Too much bitterness ruins the Cav-T, Glade Chief, Instructor Gotha said, with a loud clap of hands that nearly pulled a jump from Ulrich as he wallowed in his own incompetence. Let us instead demonstrate the advantage of the new adept, unable to effectively multitask, over the apprentice with their flexible but less focused magics. The elf suggested, use your most potent Saran spell to see how it has changed. Allow your newly awakened core to truly flex its might. At this point, Ulrich was down for some wanton destruction. Ulrich drew one of the small throwing knives he now had strapped on over his pants, a practice he had neglected since going unarmored in the fortress, but now resumed since he'd recovered from the attack. The armor itself was still in the possession of Uldeen, and that was on Ulrich's to-do list. The burly smith had been swamped with trying to make up the shortfalls of a dozen or so of his colleagues being murdered by the shitbird mage hit squad. Ulrich had decided to just let the man work. Fucking with artisans was a good way to have your stuff done sometime next decade. All right, here we go. Ulrich sent his mind down the familiar pathways, the mental circuit to produce the flow of charge, and found that he was wasting his time. He didn't need to do that anymore. Siron was moving already. All he had to do was suggest that it should move faster, and it did. Power cycled from his core at an alarming rate. A random arc of violet light leapt from the hand holding the knife to burn a scar across the floor before it jumped to track another wriggling line of char. Ulrich had to clamp down on his mana to harden his control over the flows. He'd hit breakdown so fast he hadn't realized he was there yet. It was so natural. A casual throw of the knife sent it spinning to strike the wooden target, damaged slightly from the earlier practice. As the hilt bounced from the dense wood, Ulrich released the torrent that had been building at an alarming rate. Lightning javelin, hiss. Boom! The wooden pillar exploded into kindling and flaming shrapnel, scattering small torches across the amphitheater. Ulrich was stunned. That was even stronger than the overcharged version he'd used against Captain Firecracker. The same mage who'd basically shrugged off his best shot using juiced-up cinder pearls. Tai-Pan had covered her ears, prepared for the incredibly disorienting blast of sound, especially for sensitive elven hearing. Even better, at the moment of release, Ulrich could feel that he could do much, much better. He didn't have to fight the mana any longer, it moved at a whim rather than being driven. The real problem was keeping it from lashing out at random. Gotha looked at the smoking wreck of his pillar and glanced towards Ulrich. I had heard that you were able to join with the flow of Siron, but I hadn't believed it. Surely they misspoke, but no, there is no doubt. You are indeed touching the energy, even as it turns loose its destruction. Perhaps you did not draw the primordial's attention by accident at all. Hypothesized the wizard. This was just knowing what electricity is being put to work. Applied fundamental theories of physics, that's all. And if it was now so easy to manipulate the movements of charges and fields, he was going to start figuring out how to do the fancy shit. Electromagnetism, lasers, radar, the stuff that would put him in a new weight class as far as his offensive and defensive spells were concerned. Try ambushing me when I've got a goddamned heartbeat sensor field that extends a half click out, you bastards. Ulrich was still holding a grudge on account of the burning. The maddened whisper of rage and murder that liked to occupy his brainstem urged him to go forth and share that grudge before he stepped on it. It could be distracting, going on like that. Now let us see the spell that was the end of the last guardian of the Ancients' plateau, requested Gotha. This was an oldie, but a goodie. The twice-evolved spell had begun as something he had to be touching to use and had metamorphed into a devastating single tendril of power that extended some 2 or so meters away. Ulrich had considered it to be something of a trump card for melee combat. Not much would stand up to having a souped-up arc welder applied to it. Easy as thought, he called up the flow of energy, mana eager for release. Directing it was the problem. It had a natural tendency to reach out towards things he concentrated on. Fortunately, or he'd have never been able to use it without risking killing everything around him. It similarly had a tendency to reach towards other things after those first things were destroyed unless he shifted his focus. Just letting it run loose made it ground against the floor nearby. Ulrich started to release it, but held his hand. Wait a second. A shifted focus, a new target. Why only one? Why not many targets? And why did it have to start with him? Siron carried power with it, like a bucket carries water. It's not like there wasn't enough power to do it either. He wasn't even noticing this strain on his core. What about one target after another, in series? He was pretty sure he could do it now that he didn't waste so much effort with mana harmonization and generating the flows. His core was running like a supercharged generator, spinning up energy on demand. Just right now, he shelved the idea. He'd be experimenting with this later, though. Reaching out with a thread of mana, he allowed the pent-up Siron to pour out. Voltaic riot. Blistering violet light tore into the base of the pillar that had been ruined, chewing deep scores out of it, accompanied by an intensely angry buzz. like all the hornets in the world. Redirecting the flow, he pushed it towards another piece of broken wood, which was torn apart by the current, and then to another, and another, snapping the arcing light like a whip between targets. He realized he was burning through his mana at a ridiculous pace and cut off the flow. Watcher's tits, that spell was almost alive, hungry. There was a drawback to this kind of power. It was too easy. There was no resistance to any of it. The mana just flowed out of him, eager to bring its crackling touch. Ulrich could drain himself of his entire mana reserve in a couple of seconds. He could make a lightning bolt as thick as his torso and face mana exhaustion with a bare thought. This was a good way to atomize himself if he didn't learn to control it. Well? He asked the attending elves, hopeful. Taipan wagged her hand, tilting it back and forth in a gesture that said, so-so. Gotha was even more ambivalent. It's a start. You're burning through your reserve so quickly that it's impressive, and wasting so much mana that would clearly kill lesser-classed warriors and beasts a half-dozen times over. It's sloppy, unrefined. We will do better, Gotha said, getting interested in the project as he spoke. Here it comes, Ulrich thought. Attend, he told himself. Attend, spoke Gotha. The lesson got even harder. Ulrich felt like a wrung-out mop. In a somewhat strange twist, he wasn't exhausted from any physical or even magical perspective. His newly tuned mana construct was cranking along nicely. No, he was plain, old-fashioned, brain-beat. The mental exercises for adapting his old methods for spellwork to include the initialization by reverting Seronic mana to unaspected mana was demanding. It required a dedicated bit of attention, or contaminating influences ruined the workings. Unlike before, when he'd failed to properly attune a mana form, getting close enough was fine, because where he was successful in generating a specific elemental mana, it would sort of automatically resonate with the unrefined mana around it, pulling that along with it to grant him what he needed for his spell to operate. Without the crutch of unaspected mana harmonizing itself for him, he was struggling. His old core had been like having training wheels. The awakened one was like being handed a supercar with paddle shifters. It demanded a degree of skill from him that he didn't quite have, except for utilizing the native element, that is. So long as it was Siron, Ulrich could cast with a speed and power that were exponentially greater than he'd ever managed before. This was Gotha's trap. The failed adept never learned to utilize their previous abilities. They leaned into their awakened core's attunement. It resulted in a pretty drastic magical power spike, a big oomph, but it was brittle growth. Ulrich was with the aged elf mage on this one. It sucked super hard to have to relearn to use his magic. It felt bad to be bad. However, intentionally choosing to throw away the other mana forms just because it was inconvenient was a huge mistake. He would be effectively choosing to forget all the knowledge and theory of his prior life that empowered his casting to be greater than was normal. Unacceptable. His musings were interrupted by the same older gentleman, the duty who had accompanied Hallett so long ago to invite him to his training lessons. The grey-haired elf wasn't near so ancient as his curmudgeonly magic tutor, but was definitely well marinated in life. Glade Chief, it is a pleasure to find you well. You are invited to attend upon young Lord Lumitsate. At your earliest convenience, of course, said the liveried elf with the gentle calm of a mountain face. Translation, if you ain't dying, get your ass over there. Orders received and obeyed, my good elf. Thank you, Duty. I will see what need the Golden Crown has for me, he said, hunting for a tenth the poise the older man possessed. They must practice that in front of a mirror for a couple of decades or something. Smooth as fresh goose shit. Let's go see what's going on with your little brother Taipan. He probably wouldn't call unless it was important. The kid's got problems enough without wrangling my cranky ass. Ulrich tried in his improved Elvish. Very well, Glade Chief. If you need carrying, let me know. You appear worn by the day's efforts. Teased the Sylvan goddess. He was just about whipped enough to call her bluff. It would serve her right for her lip, and he'd be able to fondle her while she walked. Bonus? No, Ulrich. That's just the tiredness talking, letting your hindbrain take over. Down, Simba. Ulrich started walking before he unmanned himself by asking for a piggyback ride. Taipan fell into step just behind him. Neither slowed until they had reached the uppermost level of the fortress, the seat of power in Irielhos, buried amongst the crown of branches at its apex. Through a massive set of wondrously worked bronze doors, which opened as lightly as if made of balsa wood, sat the audience chamber, a combination of throne room and great hall. In the back were the personal apartments of the Iriels. In the seat that had, until recently, been occupied by one Baldurt Iriel, until his near assassination by elf bane poisoning, sat Bright Eyes, interim lord of Iriel, a golden-haired, fair-complected elf child with piercing emerald irises flecked a deep gold, hence his nickname from Ulrich, levied upon their first days together, when he'd tired of calling the then-nameless child Boy Bright Eyes. Lord Bright Eyes Iriel was the picture of his mother, one of the Highland elf tribes, the Melond. He was also an adept mage at the tender age of 28, a prodigy. A sharp kid was Bright Eyes. He'd need it all. He was in the cookpot up to his neck. When they presented themselves before the throne, Child King sitting on his father's too large place, Ulrich could tell the kid was having a tough time. He also had the grit of his sire and dam in him. Iriel was in good hands, young though they might be. "Good evening, Bright Eyes. What has your knickers twisted?" Ulrich asked, with their customary casualness with one another. "Thank you for coming so quickly, Ulrich. Old age is hard on short-lived joints, or so I am told," returned the not-quite child. A running gag. Ulrich couldn't help but think of himself as an old man at times, the attitudes of his former life creeping in, even though he wore a youthful body in its prime. In nearly all other ways that mattered, he was amongst a people who could very easily call him a child. His age in this world was less than that of the elven boy king on the throne. "To business, Ulrich Glade Chief. You need to depart on your mission immediately. Tomorrow even," said Lord Bright Eyes, stunning Ulrich. Bright Eyes had been one of the most vocal opponents of Ulrich's stated goal of taking a giant flaming shit on the Prosper thugs that had ordered the attacks against Iriel and the Orlathrem nations in general. Now he was not only in favor, but suggesting Ulrich basically just take off. What changed? "All right, little buddy, dish. What have you learned?" Ulrich prodded. Bright Eyes scrubbed his face briefly, letting the guise of an unflappable ruler slip for a moment. Cute kid. Soon enough, though, he pulled his shit together and looked the part of the Golden Crown, proxy ruler of the confederated Aesir tribes. The biggest swinging dick the elves had while in wartime, which they were. "Not very much, and yet I am following one your hunches, Glade Chief," Bright Eyes admitted. "All of this time I have listened to the reports given to my father. I have sat while my mothers debated and charted possible courses with him. When your reports of the actions in the Forest of the Forgotten were shared, I began to have suspicions. Your hypothesis of a long-lived guiding the enemy through several generations of their rulers struck the final doubt from my mind," the young Oberon declared. "Our actions so far have been taken with the full wisdom of our people. We have acted in accord with the age-old strategies and perspectives of our kin before us, that have led us to victory time and again. In doing so, I feel that we have become predictable. Our enemy is wise to our ideologies and has predicted our movements. Even now, doctrine says that I should marshal our troops along the borders of Orlathrem, to capture the pre-Spang forces like a net and draw them into elf lands to strangle them, as we have done for generations. The conventional dogma says to send Zealosin attack fleets upriver to control movements east and west across the continent and drive a stake into Prosper, sieging their capital," the golden-haired elf said, his eyes distant, as if playing the scenarios out in his mind. Which he probably was. The lad was trained by the best his kin had to offer and had natural talent. Precocious, his status said. The Akashic record told no lie. "This," Bright Eyes continued, "is why I will do none of these things except to send a diversionary force upriver to burn out the Pressbang fortifications that have too long encroached, unpruned by the Zealosin for fear they would eat their profits in retribution. Well, there will be no river trade while I am king, and not until I am convinced that we do not feed vipers to strengthen their venom," scoffed the boy, in a tone very unlike one you'd expect from a child, more like a fed-up soldier. "Until the fangs are pulled, I will choke Prosper with the threads they sought to use to bind the continent to their will. Trade. I will leverage the combined forces and infrastructure of Orlathrem to create trade routes that beggar the merchant kings in their golden thrones. And I will close those trade routes to any who would send goods or buy them from those monsters. All will soon know that they have used the Bane, the Actinia sail already to guarantee this, risking the winter storms to bring word to all ports of call. Soon, it will be common knowledge that trade with Prespang is war against Orlathrem, he announced. The kid was thoroughly on a roll now, his demeanor bespeaking the fury of the losses incurred thanks to the attentions of Prosper. From the murder of his friend to the deaths of his tutors in the attack, and all the kin wounded and killed that same day, to say nothing of the sorry state of his parents. For the armies of Orlathrem, I have a different task than receiving the forces of our enemies. Instead of a net, I will employ our warriors and hunters as a bullwhip. I will strike deep incursions along the borders, raiding and destroying infrastructure. We will poison their wells. We will burn their villages and kill their livestock. Nothing that can be eaten will be left. As locusts we will strip the lands. Then we will withdraw before a counterforce can be mustered. The greater part of Orlathrem's armies will remain in reserve, guarding the sanctums and new trade routes, and will posture to raise Prosper should they combine their armies to push deeply into Elven territory, promised the young Lord of Iriel. Our enemies wished for a war, and they will have it, but on our terms. My terms. I will not offer them a single engagement in the field. If they want to fight elves, they will do it on the run. We will not fight a single battle, and they will never be allowed to draw down. When they withdraw, I will advance. When they advance, I will withdraw to another target. Their incursions into Orlathrem will find empty fields and abandoned villages. We can afford to vacate these lands and turn them into a waste of their supplies. This I will do for a generation of their kind, without rest. Any village, fort, or township within 200 leagues of the border with Orlathrem will be culled. When their people realize that they cannot hide behind their slow armies and that they cannot eat their arms and armors, then perhaps they will realize the foolishness of attacking the Aesir. Bright Eyes, ere Lumitsite of the Irielen, burned with cold fury. Welp, that settled that for Ulrich. He'd always suspected that fucking around with the elves was a bad idea, and now he knew it for true. If whoever was responsible for all this horror thought they'd made their lives easier by getting Baldert out of the way, they were badly mistaken. The apple falleth not far from the tree in Iriel. They were really going to regret not killing that lad when they had the chance. Which begged the question, why was it suddenly that Bright Eyes wanted him to go out there? All right, Bright Eyes, I'm with you so far. You're talking my language for going all scorched earth on anybody that would attempt to use dirty bombs. My question is, why is it that you want me to get a move on now rather than in the 3 or 4 weeks like I'd planned? Ulrich prompted. The striking gaze levied on him served to remind Ulrich that, in a very fundamental way, elves were not human. They had a completely different mindset. Their similarities were only that, similarity, not sameness. It pains me that I would treat a friend so, but I will not lie to you or deceive you, Ulrich. I want you to go now so that you can be my gauntleted fist, striking my enemies between the eyes while I arrange my forces. You will divert them, likely hurt them. Maybe you will even be able to do exactly as you intend and find a way to drive a knife into their leadership. But even if not, you will have their attention. By the time they realize that I have no intention of using conventional strategy and that you are an independent actor, I will have my positions entrenched and my raid teams dispersed to inflict the maximum harm on them until they can group enough forces to stop them, confessed his little buddy. Is that all? Bright Eyes, you don't have to feel bad about that, he told the youth. Surprise painted the childish features, cutting into that bloodthirsty mindset that had settled into him. I do not, he asked. Nope, not at all. I'd be glad to go sucker punch those assholes for you. It'd be my pleasure. Ulrich told the elf honestly, it really would. He'd do just about anything to shut up the hateful imp screaming retribution in the back of his head. That shit hadn't let up for over 2 months. As long as Ulrich even subconsciously thought that an enemy was plotting some kind of aggression or incursion against his home in the glade, the Lord instinct that had become part of him on taking ownership of the mantle, Lord of the ancient glade, would not cease urging him to destroy that enemy, preferably from behind, before it could feel his breath on its neck. It was that kind of thing. Honestly, the extra few weeks were just him delaying the inevitable because Ulrich had not, at one time, been a fundamentally violent person. He just mostly wanted to be left the hell alone. Only these dirtbags weren't going to allow that, and he discovered in this world that he actually did sort of have a knack and inclination for settling things the old-fashioned way. "You'll kill people just following orders if you do this, Ulrich. People who never did a thing to you," he reminded himself. Krieg ist die Hölle. Tough shit. They made their choices, and Ulrich was going to be their consequence. They didn't have a right to regret it later. Ask the bits of him that had fallen off while Taipan carried him to the medicos for sympathy. Of course, that had been before his core had gone critical. Now he really could use the extra time to rebuild his spell forms. Can't I just do that on the road? After I spend the day hunting, at night, by the fire, just like the old days. He wouldn't really have to worry about being attacked in the evening, not with Taipan around. She was far, far more dangerous than he was in the dark. Mostly during the day too, but he'd closed that gap significantly and would even more so once he got his magic straightened out again. His first friend on Varda blinked a couple of times before smiling. "Thank you, Ulrich Glade Chief. I was worried that I sent a friend into harm's way against their wishes. I would not do that to you if it were not a thing I considered necessary for my people. Would you share a meal with me? It may be the last we have together until we meet again in Oniro Varden, Varda's dream," offered Bright Eyes. "I'd be glad to, lad. I've been busy lately, let me tell you some stories. Oh, I'll tell you about the time I kicked your sister's ass using a stone wall and a pouch of grease," he said, getting excited about the memory. "He did not kick my ass. It was a dirty trick, and it did not work again," denied his shadow fervently. Her eyes, when she realized she couldn't pull her bowstring or hold weapons with grease all over her hands, and the way she'd skidded across the slick floor still brought a smile to his face. Chapter 99. Best Served Cold. It was time to go. Irielhos had been good to him, the elves had been good to him, but he had to leave the nest and get out into the world for a while. He would rather it have been to enjoy the marvels of a foreign world as a tourist or visiting scholar of sorts. Instead, he was going to be doing it as a predator with a very particular prey that liked to disguise itself as people. But people didn't use horrors like the Bane. They didn't attack a group of people trying their best to be left the hell alone or send assassins aiming for children. Ulrich was saddened to find out that humanity seemed to have some of its flaws baked into the hardware, so to speak. All it took was a few madmen. Just a couple of these monsters, wearing human skin, in the right place, at the right time, with a motive and the power to execute it. Grim thoughts accompanied Ulrich through his morning exercises. The usual peace they offered denied him this day. A reformed Taipan went through her own routines for facing the day. In mostly silence, they packed their gear into travel packs, a little on the heavy side to provide protection from the winter's fading grasp. It was starting to warm up out there, but the air still had a considerable bite to it, especially when clothes grew wet from the ever-present snow. Modern textiles were non-existent, of course, no specialty waxes or hydrophobic treatments to create bomb-proof cold weather gear. It turned out that the Iriellan knew of an astounding number of different animal hides that offered ridiculous protection from the inclement weather, however. They were frequently as heavy as they were resistant to the elements. There were exceptions. Notably, the cloak Ulrich wore made of forest lord hide was one. It weighed about what a nice leather duster would have in his old life, but shed water and the fur, turned inwards, held his body's heat incredibly well. Taipan had her own bit of elven winter tech, a thick overcoat that was made up of two animal hides sewn together. The outer layer was some kind of giant river otter the size of a walrus. Totally waterproof, while the inner layer came from something similar to those jumped-up wolverines, polar weasels, that was heavily insulating. Tents? Check. Snowshoes? Check. Weapons? Uh-oh. Ulrich realized that he had never spoken with Smith Uldin since their disastrous first meeting, a meeting that had been engineered by his lovely shadow to be as uncomfortable as possible, with the smith playing along as a fine example of Iriellan humor. They just loved to dick with people. The longer they could keep the ruse going, the better. Taipan had rolled on her uncle one night when Ulrich had jokingly threatened to break up with her for an elf with proper shoulders and who could provide for his household's needs. She hadn't done so because she thought he was serious, merely to fulfill her promise to put in a good word for her uncle, who enjoyed the company of a man of Ulrich's general shape and disposition. When Ulrich confirmed that he had no such interest, but thank you for the compliment, she relaxed. It was no exaggeration to say that her uncle Uldine was considered quite the catch. If he hadn't kept himself cooped up, buried in his projects and obsessions, he'd have been a big hit on the dating scene. Ulrich could sympathize. He wished the smithing savant well in his romantic pursuits, but unfortunately, Ulrich found nothing appealing about the male form. That stance got slightly confused when he saw Baldeata Iriel, who was a dead ringer for his knockout daughter, but with a decidedly masculine bent. It still creeped him out a little, although he was getting over it. In any case, Uldin's personal life was not the problem. The problem was that he still had Ulrich's armor and had promised Ulrich a sword, made using the captured weapons of a beastkin and human in the party that had taken Bright Eyes. Weapons whose metals were of a rarity and quality that was at odds with the half-bandit scumbags from whose corpses he'd taken them. Given his lack of remastery of his full arsenal of elemental magics, he was going to need those more brute-force solutions to problems. Glancing up from his travel kit and at his notably better-armed traveling companion, Ulrich decided to mention the obvious. "I'm going to need to fetch my armor back from Master Smith Galen Uldin before we go." Taipan frowned a touch. She knew better than anyone the finicky nature of her effective godfather. He was a perfectionist by nature. When he finished a project that meant that it was of a quality and craftsmanship unparalleled by Iriellan smiths. The problem was that any perceived defect or imperfection relegated the item to the demanding elf's refuse bin. Weapons that would be considered masterpieces elsewhere, the elf had tossed into a hodgepodge barrel to be used to bang around and test different ideas for more worthwhile projects. It had been over 2 months since the master smith had taken on this project for Ulrich, bribed by being able to study Ulrich's replica Roman armor. First, the larica, a set of overlapping plates of forest lord bone fastened to a leather jerkin from the same creature. Over this could be worn a set of large pauldrons of the same. An armored skirt, simple vambrus and greaves completed the set. He'd never figured out how to shape a helmet, nor had he properly been able to do boots. He wasn't going to lie about it. The elven cobblers had been a godsend. He was not a fan of his rough bush boots. In any case, the techniques and concepts of a foreign civilization had been an inspiration for the touchy smith, and he'd accepted Ulrich's order on that account. That and to help keep his little girl, as he referred to Taipan, from having Ulrich drag her down at a critical moment. The question now was, would there be a weapon, or had Uldin gotten sidetracked, bogged down by his compulsive nature? They left today, with or without the weapon, so he had to hope. Off to see Uldine. Ulrich took some comfort knowing that the two of them had been deliberately fucking with him. Otherwise, he would be forced to admit that he had the conversational skills of a squirrel, a deep suspicion born of insecurity and neuroticism in his former life that he'd thought himself past. As they passed through Irielhos, the small shops, stacks of materials, and carts being hauled on rickshaws, everything fairly well vibrated with activity. Elves bustled past, too busy to stop, but he met eyes with a good few of them, and many fleeting greetings were thrown his way. The former smithing guild was a sad reminder of the loss of life during the Mage assault. The debris was gone and the charred sections of foundation had healed, courtesy of the living heartwood of which nearly every building in the city was constructed. Scaffolds were raised, and elves with the agility of spiders were climbing them to reassemble the superstructure. An enterprising team of 3 was roofing with some kind of slate shingle, one of the few non-wooden materials used. Made sense for a smithy place to want some improved fireproofing, especially after the attackers had clearly intended to use fire to burn the fortress to the ground. The only reason they hadn't been successful was the insane durability and innate resistance of heartwood to fire. There was a heavy terror component to the mana signature of Irielhos, the great tree from which the fortress was made, that lent the tree guardian and possible pseudo-deity resistance to flame beyond what anybody not Irielen would suspect. The odd couple of human and former elf royalty moved along through the hustling sights of the city to find a somewhat out-of-the-way corner overlooking the forests below. A sprawling ranch-style home with an attached smithy that belched smoke from an internal forge fire. Uldin was working as usual. Smith Galed Uldin was something of a hermit, who buried himself in his work and study of the materials and techniques of his craft, an elf after Ulrich's own heart. Ulrich deeply regretted not being able to spend more time picking the smith's brain. The attack had put a great many things to waste, his chance to learn Vardan metallurgy not the least. Not near the top of the list, mind, too many lives had been lost or devastated for that to be true, but Ulrich could have probably helped Uldin figure out some neat tricks if they'd gotten to sit down and trade pointers. The metals of this world were beyond anything he'd ever seen, with their bizarre combination of traditional alloying and physical grain structures and synergistic mana fields that amplified properties or conferred entirely new ones. Sighing at the loss of such a magnificent opportunity to pick up a part of his former life that he'd loved, he knocked on the thick wooden door, noting reinforcements to the hinges and latch, a metal frame as well. Ulrich smiled, recalling kicking in this door when Uldin had made him wait an hour outside, part of Taipan's ploy to fuck with him. She knew he hated being made to wait without reason. He gave it a moment. Odds were the smith was working in his smithy. A place resistant to sound by necessity, thick stone walls were a good idea when you were dealing with forge fires, metal sparks, and white-hot bars of stock being shaped with tong and hammer. Ulrich knocked again. Add to the soundproofing of the stone-walled smithy that if Uldin was working, that the roar of the forge fire and ringing of metal would be quite loud. They waited another 5 minutes. Ulrich was beginning to chafe. Wonder how sturdy that frame is. He questioned himself, not rhetorically at all. Taipan glanced at him and pushed a nondescript decorative carving in the wall, a carving that had blended into the background of the rest of the reliefs. Now that her finger was on it, Ulrich saw that this broke the natural motif. This carving was of a large timber-framed bell, like one that might be found in the old antique churches of his pre-collapse world. Ulrich heard a loud clang from the smithy, the sound carrying as if a bronze bell was struck solidly. Taipan studiously ignored his pointed glare as they heard shuffling through the door and a series of locks being manipulated with heavy clicks. "You never asked," she commented as the door swung in. Ulrich was prevented from suggesting several feats of inhuman flexibility by the rush of a huge body that nearly knocked him from his feet and the refreshing squawk of his shadow being buried by the form of the largest godsdamned elf Ulrich had ever seen. Well over 2 meters tall, at least 6 centimeters over even Ulrich's head, and he was quite tall compared to the Irielen. The smith lifted Taipan easily. The deeply tanned arms, corded with muscle, crushed her easily against a massive barreled chest and shoulders layered in ropes of mass that was imbued with strength greater than the iron he worked, tightened around her, choking off her protests with a strangled gak that was deeply satisfying to Ulrich. "Little Gil," cried the disturbingly high melodic voice of Taipan's Uncle Uldin. Burying his face in her side, Taipan was subjected to an intense nuzzling of the burly elf's face into the material of her coat over her stomach. Muffled but still beautifully melodic, the master smith scolded, "You did not even visit me. All it takes for you to forget about your Uncle Uldin is a new toy. I knew I should have visited him first, before you set your claws in him. Now I do not get to see either of you." Welp, Ulrich was now reminded why he'd run away the first time. Taipan adopted the detached dignity of a cat, ignoring its owner's overzealous attentions, to manufacture a reality in which it was not being manhandled. Eventually, Galed Uldin had his fill of snuggling his heart-sworn daughter, near enough to the godparent practice of some of the more old-fashioned cultures of his prior world, and set her down. He didn't release her, though, instead holding her to his side and smiling at the top of her head, as if she were a child of 6 and he her mature uncle, rather than she a well over 100-year-old huntress of eminent skill at murder, and he a half-millennium-old master of arcane metallurgy. Everybody should have someone in their life that loves them the way Taipan was loved by Galed Uldin. "Uncle, we do not have time for this," complained Taipan, unable to escape her uncle's clutches. "My honor and I depart today, at the request of Lord Lumitsite, to take vengeance on our enemies." "And the wind blows through the leaves," dismissed her uncle easily. "I have seen no fewer than 3 wars with otherkin, and this one will end similarly. Even if not, if I am not to be allowed to spoil my little girl, then I do not care to see that future," the smith announced proudly. A few passers-by on their way to complete some grim task of war paused long enough to grin at Taipan. One of them shouted, "You must collar your pets, Uldin, else someone else will take them in." Drawing a gesture Ulrich had been led to believe was incredibly offensive from his shadow towards the departing back, still shaking with its laughter. "Come inside, the both of you. I will make tea. It is good to see you again, Glade Chief. Glad I am that you survived your wounds. I heard there was some doubt on that account in the first days," Uldin said, chivying the both of them easily into the cozy chaos of the inside of his home. Ulrich allowed himself to be moved, having accepted that there wasn't much he could do about it that didn't involve knives, and took in the scenery. It was largely the same, in the way that a room can be so messy that just because nothing is where it was, it still appears unchanged. The average position of the objects strewn about was all that mattered. Bars of metal, scraps of leather, scales, various types of twine, jars of colored dyes or enamel, or something that gave off an acrid odor were scattered around. One of Ulrich's cores was fastened by braided wire to a gnarled staff of some type of wood with which Ulrich wasn't familiar. The core, a blade-fern elk by the looks of it, pulsed threateningly. Of Ulrich's armor, there was no sign. Taking a bite of patience, he summoned a significant portion of will to endure whatever nonsense Smith Uldin was going to throw his way. And he kept his face studiously blank to avoid tipping off Taipan. A teapot came to a boil in the fireplace, scattered parchments too close to the coals to be anything but a massive fire hazard. "How many times have you burned this place to the ground?" Ulrich had asked the question out loud accidentally. "6, answered Uldin without hesitation. "It is easier than cleaning. Whatever doesn't survive, the fire doesn't deserve to have my attention anyway," declared the elf with exactly zero uncertainty. It occurred to him that Taipan's uncle might not be entirely stable. "Ah, I see." Ulrich lied gently. He did not see, but it wasn't his place to judge how another man chooses to live his life. "Thank you for your concern about my health, Smith Uldin," Ulrich said, ploughing forward. "It was a rough patch, but I came out all right. Better than many, better than I probably had any right to. I owe a great deal to the medicos and his assistant, Yesir and Grenda. They did as well as I imagine could be possible under the circumstances, and I am most grateful to them. You and your shop were unharmed, yes?" Uldin nodded briefly, pouring a battery-acid strong tea into wooden cups to serve as he did. "That is so. I was located too far away from the guild hall to be included in the attack. Doubtless, the attackers thought I would be located there, the fools. Many of my brethren were not so fortunate. It has been a challenge to take up so much of their work, to keep things on track. I spend more time outside my own smithy than in it, as of late," Uldin said with heavy regret, both for the losses and for the necessity of his being pulled into a more involved position than he'd had in decades. "I retired from the guild long ago to follow my interests. The attack changed that, of course. All hands are needed, and I cannot indulge my whimsy while I can help my people. Speaking of which, rumor has reached my ear that you were instrumental in finding a way to save my dear friend Baldert from bane poisoning. If you had found me earlier, I would have kissed you soundly, whatever your preferences. Alas, it seems my little girl has claimed you and I would not be so tactless as to poach. Especially not when she so rarely finds a lover to hold her interest," recounted the smith. He had a funny way of mixing the awful and the embarrassing, as if the contrasts served to balance one another in his mind, did Uldin. It was an idiosyncrasy that probably served him well in his craft. It was like verbal whiplash to Ulrich. From the bitter to the sweet without transition, he was thoroughly unbalanced. I'm glad I could help," he stammered. "Wait. Exactly how many people know about me and Taipan?" he asked, mildly flummoxed that his personal affairs might be a topic of discussion. The entire fortress knows, and a collective sigh of relief has gone through its peoples. If my little girl did not find an outlet soon, we were afeard there would be blood in the streets every time someone spoke to her, joked Uldin. Taipan's unamused sniff indicated that she did not agree with the assessment. That is enough exaggeration from you, uncle. I have had lovers whenever I wanted them, and I saw none interesting enough to keep me from the wilds, argued his shadow vigorously. Oh, when was your last? Was it that sketchy Actinian captain, the one with the shoulders and the razor-thin teeth marks down his leg? Prodded Uldin nonchalantly. Now Ulrich was curious. He hadn't asked Taipan about her romantic past, mostly because it was just that, and he wasn't the type to demand a laundry list from his interests. Seemed sort of narcissistic. Taipan was frowning. Ulrich had to know now. If she was this expressive about it, then it must be a juicy tidbit of gossip. Potentially, it might be something he could use to tag her with when they were trading insults or setting traps for one another. That hadn't stopped since Taipan had decided against being a hateful dickhead towards him. It had just reverted to the normal elven social lubricant of teasing one another. According to Bright Eyes, it was a particularly Ariellan custom. They were relentless about it, and no one was safe, except for the duties of the fortress, towards whom none would direct any form of insult. Many of the other elven tribes considered them obnoxiously difficult to be around. Refocusing in his shadow, Ulrich waited for her to rise to her uncle's challenge. She hesitated, glancing at Ulrich briefly before taking the bait. The woman was almost biologically incapable of refusing a barb. There was nothing wrong with Olithern, uncle. You just didn't like him because he said your smithy smelled like rotting eggs, she replied as if forced. I seem to recall that, when you stopped seeing him, you called him a web-footed slackwit who could not take a joke. Uldin jabbed, catching her off guard. That. I may have said something unkind in passing. Anyway, that was 8 years ago. Why would you bring up such a thing now? She cried. Because if I can show your honor how vicious you can be, I might have the chance to win him over. It is not poaching if he runs away on his own, yes? I have my work cut out for me, though. You were so busy bedding him that you could not find time to visit me once in an entire season, declared the smith shamelessly. Ulrich held in a laugh. This was going about as well as last time, only he wasn't the object of the peculiar elf's humor. It was becoming clear now how Uldin and Baldert had become friends. Talking to them was like juggling cobras. Taipan's ears were beginning to turn red as the words of her uncle, once so gentle and considerate, rolled over her. Anyway, Ulrich interjected, trying to put the brakes on this train before it derailed. He should have known better. All he'd done was earn himself the burly elf's attention. Not that I blame you for this, Glade Chief, Uldin said, as if afraid to have implicated Ulrich in this indiscretion, which was a little off-putting, as if he'd had no say at all in any of it. But Taipan's uncle wasn't done yet. My little girl always has had a fascination for a tall, broad-shouldered man. I knew she would not be able to help herself, even if she tried to pretend otherwise. Though she was, overly harsh in her subterfuge. I apologize, Ulrich. I could have warned you about this, had you not been forced to go elsewhere in such a hurry last time. Her mother was the same way. She would look sideways at a lover for a year before she got around to tackling them. It is good that you have put a glow in her cheeks. Otherwise, she would make your life. Master Smith Gallad Uldin was interrupted by a half-empty cup flying towards his head at high speed. He dodged artfully, slight lean that might have been by accident, except he had kept a carefully studying eye on his adoptive daughter, judging her increasing unease with a tiger's awareness of a lame leg. Little girl, what is wrong? Did you trip? Uldin inquired innocently. Glade Chief, I am going to stand watch outside. Please, take whatever time you need to put your affairs to order, announced Taipan with a studiously wooden tone. She rose, stiffly, and strode from the room without another word. The twitching of her ear tips as she did spoke volumes as to her pulsing rage. When the door closed behind her, violently, sending a reverberating crash through the room, Ulrich turned to the muscled elf. They took each other in for a moment, measuring one another carefully. Ulrich offered a fist to the air. Uldin raised his own larger mitt to lightly tap their knuckles together. It was beautiful, Uldin, a masterwork. I don't think I've ever seen her that angry, and I literally got her to try to kill me. You are rival to Baldarti at fucking with people. Ulrich told the smith quietly. The artisan sat back with a satisfied grin and finished his tea. Truly, it was my pleasure, Ulrich. Just so you know, she hates being compared to her mother, even though the two of them are, cars are nuts, sharing the same husk. Also, no doubt you already know this, but she can be strangely shy at times. It is a vulnerability you should exploit when you wish to imbalance her. These tips I give as compensation for our previous meeting, advised Taipan's wily uncle. I would have apologized to you had there been an opportunity in these months. My little girl came to me with such a heartfelt desire to play a little game with her keeper. I did not know many of the details of how such a thing came to be, not until later, and besides, it was a very fun distraction. Just the thing to shake off the boredom I was feeling. It does you credit that you would look past it to set a trap of your own, using the same blade with which you were cut without her detecting it. The smith praised. Ulrich had conjured this up over a month ago and gave the signal that the plan was a go yesterday evening, with a palmed note to the elderly duty that escaped his shadow's notice. To the grey elf's credit, he didn't bat an eye when he surreptitiously read it. The brief glance of the text, the fleeting glance at the elf woman behind him, masked perfectly. And the message was passed to its intended, who devised the torture himself, so that Ulrich could not ruin things with his terrible poker face. All according to Keikaku. Chapter 100. Uldin's Renaissance. Ulrich was about 80% certain that Taipan would forgive him for the prank, given a few days to cool off. They were getting along swimmingly ever since her change of heart. Frequent bonking didn't hurt. In any case, he had found that he couldn't resist one last bit of getting, even before they left the fortress, and, as he'd mulled it over, he'd come to believe that Uldin was just the man for the job. There had been only a little doubt in Ulrich that the eccentric smith would help him. 2 pieces of information gave him reason to think Taipan's sometimes guardian would be willing to lay an ambush for her, one whom he loved so dearly. The first was that the smith had been all too willing to ruthlessly mortify what amounted to a visiting member of royalty, or at least a great house, that is to say, one Ulrich Einar, lord of the ancient glade, on first meeting. The second was that the man was claimed by Boldart Iriel as a friend close as brothers, and anyone who held such regard from that elf was a soulless jackal pretending decency to lure victims. Which is to say, of course, he'd love to drive his goddaughter bananas. Honestly, she took it better than I thought. You were really laying it on thick. She's gotten a much better hold of her temper, Ulrich admitted. Ah, yes. My little girl has grown up at last. I am grateful to you, Ulrich, the older man said, serious now. We had let her go too long, had failed to step in and direct her until she had become set in her foundations. I do not know how it is that you convinced her to let go of her vendetta, her destructive hates, but I thank you. Ulrich waved his hands gently. I don't think I did anything. That part was her. All I did was yell at her to no good end, he told the smith. I think maybe it was Baldar being hurt more than anything. She saw just about everybody she cared for almost killed. She saw her home damaged, and she hadn't been there to stop any of it because she was sitting in her room nursing her pride. Of course, I am to blame for that. But even so, for Taipan, being useless while her kin are hurt is probably the worst thing she could ever experience. Whatever the case, I'm not sure I'll ever know why she decided to let go. Ulrich concluded, without conclusion. He'd mulled it over many times, but had not discussed it with anyone. This elf, who unquestionably, without reservation, held Taipan in the highest regard, seemed a perfect choice. The smith poured himself a cup of the whiskey he'd drank last time. Ulrich couldn't help a raised eyebrow. It wasn't even mid-morning. In truth, it does not matter. All that does is that she no longer shames herself by being less than she could be. Summarized Taipan's uncle. He raised the glass in salute. Sanos, the elf toasted him, downing it easily. Would you like a cup for yourself, Glade Chief? I would be glad to pour for you, who have been such a boon to my family. offered Uldin sincerely. "No, thank you, and I mean it, but I really do have to leave today." Bright Eyes explained the lay of the land yesterday evening, and I agree with him. "I do believe that little guy is going to be hell on wheels for those war criminal jackasses who started all this." Ulrich declined, just as sincerely. His next question could be construed as rude, and he genuinely did not want to offend the baffling elf who had his shadow's regard and a talent beyond mere words for metalwork. But he just had to know. "I don't mean to disrespect you, Smith Uldin. So feel free to disregard this question as ignorance of a human savage, but do you, act like this all of the time?" Ulrich tested gingerly. Uldin smiled brightly, which allayed Ulrich's fears that he'd stepped on toes. "Not at all, Glade Chief Ulrich. As a matter of fact, I am normally quite reserved, but you are pretty. Baldet speaks the world of you, though you are young, and you bring my little girl around, and that changes things. Besides, there is some fun to be had in making peoples who take themselves too seriously very uncomfortable." The elf man revealed with a somewhat less flamboyant attitude than before. "Mark me well, though, Ulrich, I would not tease you were I not also serious. That would be in poor taste. Now I am afraid we must get on to the matter of which you are here, aside from the friendly trapping of friends. Time follows the twins." With a slight regret on his features that they had to come to business and leave the teasing and japes at the wayside, Uldin got down to it. "I have finished your weapon. And the armor. I apologize, Ulrich Glade Chief. I know you made it for yourself, and that is a thing that attaches one to their creations. But I could not allow you to leave wearing it. You will grow your craft in time. But for now, I have taken it upon myself to ensure that the thing is done with polish and with all the skill I could bring to bear." The master craftsman apologized unnecessarily. No part of Ulrich could disagree with Smith Uldin's assessment. Ulrich was a complete novice, reliant on many failures and the half-developed skills of a previous life. "Come, to the smithy. I had just finished putting my maker's mark on them. I know you have wanted to see the inside of the shop. Would that we could have had time to discuss the arts with more depth. Perhaps when you return, perhaps over dinner," asked Uldin casually. Ulrich rose and followed the elf, answering as he did. "I would be honored to share a meal and trade knowledge with a master of his craft, but I won't sleep over. As wonderful a specimen of elf kind as you are, Uldin, you were born with a set of danglers, and my own is enough for me to handle." A wave of his hand and a subtle turning of fingers shared disappointment and also acceptance. The elves did a lot of that kind of thing with their hands. You could miss half a conversation if you only listened to what they said. "Think on it again, if my little girl breaks your heart. But, enough of the jests, we are here, my workshop, my beating heart," said the smith. It was clear that he wasn't overstating that last bit. Where the inside of the home was pure chaos, the smithy was crystalline order. Racks, anvil, hammers, tables, troughs, all of it in perfect placement to optimize the master smith's workflow. Everything just so. The heights of the tables matched perfectly Uldin's figure, the lengths and diameters of the handles, the stroke of his arm, and the grip of his hands. Worn smooth were the paths the craftsman's feet had padded untold numbers of times through the centuries. All of it felt correct. And there, on a table by a high-polished grinding wheel, still coated in blue-silver dust, lay the commission and the gift. The commission was a work of art. The hilt appeared to be of woven saplings, a third of a meter of green wood grown together into a solid piece, the grip appearing knobbed but quite even, if grainy to the touch. Ulrich had laid his hand on it without a thought. It rested comfortably, almost pleasantly in his hand, with his fingers easily around it. The wood wouldn't slip, not even covered in blood, water, or mud. Up towards the top, the hilt grew into a wider base with curled projections that formed a subtle guard. 4 leaves, metallic projections, sprouted up the crosspiece onto the blade. "It is wonderful, uncle," whispered a soft feminine voice behind him, making him twitch. Tai-Pan had returned from her fit of temper, mollified by the obvious passion of her adoptive uncle, who looked like a father showing his favored son to his relatives for the first time. She stood behind him, her gaze as rapt on the wondrous show of skill as was his. That blade was a hand wide at the base, tapering gradually up its meter and a half length, longer than any sword he'd ever seen in a museum, except for the great claymores. As Uldin had suggested, it was shaped as a cutter, with a distinctly recurving base, up towards a sharp, gently backward curving spear point. Ulrich thought it was single-edged at first, the obvious cutting side ground at a gradual angle near to the midline of the broad sword. The reverse side, shaped straighter though with gradual recurve to mirror the cutting edge, looked blunt in profile, but a careful eye noted it had a very aggressive chisel edge when viewed at a different angle, hidden almost. The metal of the blade was a deep midnight blue, far darker than had been the lighter cyan trident, only the polished cutting edge had that lighter azure color. Inset into the base of the blade, inset with jet-black metal of unknown origin, was a strangely familiar symbol, the trefoil knot. All along the secret back edge ran a series of runes in a language Ulrich did not know. The blackened metal they were inset with very nearly hummed when he held the weapon. It was art, but it was a weapon meant to destroy. He could feel it in the weight balanced forward of the bottom third of the blade, as if to throw itself into a cut. The tip sharp down both sides to penetrate deep into a greater beast, or to find the gaps in armor. Even the pommel, at first holding the appearance of nested leaves, each proved to be razors, a strike with that would lacerate deeply. Ulrich felt joy, then sadness, that a man of Galed Uldin's gift would have to use it to make such things, that so beautiful an object would ultimately create carnage. Well, if some people's kids would stop being sons of bitches, then maybe people like him wouldn't have to go kill them, and people like Uldin wouldn't have to make things to go kill them with. Ulrich marveled at the commission. Its balance, weight, heft, and reach were immaculate. Perfect. "Did you name it yet?" he asked the smith, who shook his head to indicate the negative. "I thought you might want to, Glade Chief. Some prefer to name their own weapons," replied the master. "They are fools, then." "Name it Galed Uldin. You have earned more than that right by making something like this. Even someone like me, who's never seen let, alone held, so fine an instrument, knows that." Ulrich told the artisan, who smiled, as if that was the correct answer. "Then it is named Zeftocht, the Glade's Smite or Glade Wrath, depending on how archaic the form. Not many even know the language well enough to be pedantic about it." Uldin complied, conferring his greatest work a name befitting it. Ulrich held it reverently. He couldn't make fun of Taipan for sleeping with her bow anymore, even though she hadn't done that in a while, mostly at his insistence. She moved around in her sleep and clubbed him with it too frequently. "Anything I ought to know about it?" Ulrich asked pointedly. This weapon was hiding secrets, he could feel it. "For starters, the back edge is sharper than the front, though I played a few tricks to hide it. If you hold it as you should, your enemy won't know they fight a double-sided blade until it's too late. That said, there is an enchantment laid to prevent the backside from cutting you, so you can palm and work the blade as a sath, though it lacks the length. It isn't quite a Drac-Sith hybrid, points too broad for it, but it'll stab nicely enough, better than most other weapons like it," said the smith smugly. A two-sided cut and thrust sword that looked like a one-sided slashing blade was a mean trick indeed. "It's alloyed from your old Magebane trident, and the curved sath you brought, which had me shitting myself when I melted it down to find true steel hidden by a coat of silvered iron. Whoever those men were, they carried a small fortune in their sheaths. Not that it did them good in the end. The true steel I alloyed with the Magebane. A delicate process, demanding perfection in the smelt and the forge. I may be the only living Acer who could do it, and the Svartalfin won't. Not for anybody but their own," Uldin informed him, this time beaming with real pride. "The result is Afthart's Atzalis, the deathless metal. Rare, Ulrich, more than rare. It resists external mana while conducting it internally." Taipan's godfather commented, running his hand along the dark blue metal, sharply accented with its cyan Haman line, the wave-like patterns found on some Far Eastern pieces of historical swordcraft. Uldin's hand glowed a soft, bright silver as he did, his magic rippling into the sword's body and traveling up and down the edge for a moment. He lifted the reverent hand away and created some kind of silvered disc of magic that looked solid, sharp, and dangerous. The smith brought that silvered mana construct back and then slammed it viciously against the side of his creation, where the construct shattered into hard fragments that pinged around the room's furniture. A couple embedded themselves into the occupants of the room's clothes, and he and Taipan had to fish them out from their travel gear while side-eyeing the captivated craftsman in vain, as he was not paying them the slightest attention. He looked up after another long moment of regarding the blade's edge, smiling with satisfaction, and his eyes flicked between them somewhat guiltily when he realized he'd forgotten about them for a moment. His apology was limited to a shrug, though. If everyone else knew the weapon as he did, they'd understand. "The metal is hard enough to make working Mage Bane a pleasant pastime," he told them smugly, "but flexes so that a gifted smith can make blades out of it. I have not smelted personally this alloy before, but have held a small fragment once. It's seldom made on so large a scale. The Mage Bane was precious hard to come by, and the true steel more difficult to work with than worth the hassle of learning its tricks." He gestured with his chin to a bar of the dark blue alloy sitting on his forge's bellows. "Some of the stock remains. I would ask your permission to keep it for mine own use, if you would allow me, Glade Chief," Uldin requested, with far more humility than was required. That was an easy one. Anything like that was functionally useless to Ulrich. He'd never be able to fabricate anything with it. By the sounds of it, the only one in the fortress who could was standing in front of him. "Done, Uldin, and with my thanks. In fact, the offer I made you to use anything I brought still stands. Be my guest. If I'm not mistaken, you used heartwood on this hilt. That on its own is a kingly gift. The rest of it is too great a piece for me. That you would go so far on my account is, well, I can't say it properly." "Thank you," Ulrich said awkwardly. The elf brought his hand down on Ulrich's shoulder hard enough to set his feet stinging, his wide smile taking in Ulrich, and the smith guided his hand to the runes inscribed on the blade's core. Black inscription of some material that glittered menacingly from its inlay felt oddly warm to his hand. "The rest of the crafting is superb, easily my best work to date," commented Uldin with casualness, hiding his excitement by a whisker. "But this is what makes it yours and yours alone, Glade Chief. Push your core's strength into the runes and keep your hands away from the edges. You will not need the priming charge of mana in the future. It drinks the mana from the air." Ulrich did so, feeling the lightning magic in his body rush headlong into the symbols. They flared violet before returning to their obsidian tone, one after the other, as if the etched signs were being read aloud through the mana. Edges of the blade pulsed, and Ulrich felt a bodily hesitation to be close to those sharpened lengths. This thing that Uldin had made was dangerous, and it wanted to do harm. He looked up at the smith, who radiated joy, even as he stood away, like a parent watching his child wed away happily. "I did as you said that I could, and used the Forest Lord's core to perform the anchoring of the enchantments. You would not believe the malevolent violence that resided inside those facets, within the manor itself," Ulrich confided as if sharing a secret. "It tried to destroy me 3 times, even while I rendered it into the runes. This weapon will not fade, its spells will not fail, and it will cut. It will cut almost anything. I could not find anything in this entire shop that it could not cut. Even its own stock is scratched by the magic of the edge. Truly, it holds the Glade's wrath inside it." Ulrich shook his head in wonder at the working, unbelieving. "So this is how you use a beast's core, eh?" He couldn't help but quietly laugh to himself. Magical bullshit. A Feycraft sword imbued with a maddened fell creature's spirit. The first life he ever ended on this world, bound into a weapon to serve him. Now this was something fantastic. Taipan broke her silence, intoning, "So the old terror died, and so it now lives again. Its purpose returned to guard the forest of the forgotten from any who would intrude on its domain." She pulled her gaze from the artifact on the table and held him with her intensity. Her musical voice pitched low, she told him, "This is your house's herald, its standard and symbol of your line, Ulrich. The Forest Lord's core would have been declaration enough of your status, but this Zef Tocht is far beyond a simple declaration. It is a threat towards those who would put themselves against you and yours." Her lovely lips lifted in a wry smile. "Do I need to tell you not to lose it, Ulrich?" she asked dryly. He returned her grin with his own. No, indeed. The sword alone was a treasure beyond words, a treasure that far exceeded the pittance of knowledge and material he'd traded for it. Even the core that breathed arcane life into the metal's enchantments was a far lesser thing than the whole itself. Galad Uldin rubbed a finger under his nose and cleared his throat before he embarrassed himself before his guests. "Before I unman myself, take a look at my other little project." Ah, now this was a bit of fun. The smith led them over to another spot in the smithy. There, on a wooden bust, was Ulrich's armor. Or at least it had been. Somehow, the old craftsman had made a wonder that almost dwarfed even the magnificence of the sword. Where Ulrich had roughly cobbled leather straps, bindings, and crude plates of bone with his forest tools, the master had shaved, shaped, and bound immaculate fittings of layered plates. In a striking divergence, the bones were no longer bleached white, but had been polished to a glass-like smoothness and lacquered black. It was still a vaguely Roman-style cuirass, but far more draconic. Just as the overlapping fish-scale armor worn under elven coats and plates was used to emphasize flexibility, now so too did his bone plates, in larger faceted scales. The much larger layers of hardened bone had been recessed so that they overlapped to close the gaps that had existed in his old design. The whole thing appeared as a hybridization of Roman and Far Eastern, perhaps, feudal Japan, stylization. Gone were his lacings, replaced now by rivets to secure the thing to a sub-armor of peened links, chain mail, to close what few weaknesses there were over joints. His pauldrons had been given similar treatment. They now fitted in overlaps that would no longer inhibit his shoulders at all. Underneath it all, the forest lord leather remained, offering that ancient beast's protection should anything slip past the polished bone plates. The matching vambrace, shin guards, and armored skirt were likewise repurposed and reborn to suit Uldin's vision. Lastly, wholly made new, as Ulrich had lacked the skill, was a helmet made from the skull of the old terror. Far too large to be worn in its entirety, of course, it had been reduced, truncated to mold to his form. The lower jaw had been carved into a visor that could be lowered into place to cover the front of his face, giving the helmet the visage of a smaller version of that monster. More chainmail draped from the helmet to cover his neck. The deathless metal Sith was a creation of menace and destructive intent. This bone and chain set was art. Elegant, practical, efficiently engineered art. Ulrich looked to the large elf who stood almost bashfully to the side. "Uldin, what were you thinking? I can't take that armor. You remade it almost entirely from scratch?" Ulrich asked, perplexed, awed. A sword and armor, both gifts of untold worth. Bright Eyes had spoken of dungeons and artifacts, back in the glade. He'd whispered in a hushed voice of creations beyond what could be made by the races today. Blades that never dulled, shields that drank the mana of magics directed against them. Exotic devices produced eternal songs that lulled listeners into a timeless daze. Zeftocht was one in truth, its potency and form left no doubt of that. Ulrich had a feeling that this armor was, while not as magically potent, it was in the same ballpark as those deep-delved items of yore. A team of machinists couldn't have fabricated those plates with more precision or fitted them with such subtlety. Ulrich didn't have to put it on to know that it would fit perfectly and would shed nearly any conventional weapon that it came across. It would take a weapon as great as the blade the elf had crafted to defeat it. There was no way Ulrich could wear that. He'd turn heads wherever he went. Rumors would fly. His plan required becoming invisible. That armor would mark him as some kind of conquering hero out of legend. He couldn't accept such a thing. A sheepish grin took over the smith's face as he saw his artistry appreciated. His eyes fairly burned from excitement as his hand stroked the gleaming umber helmet. "I admit that I got a little carried away. But the ideas, they would not stop. I dreamt of the shapings of the plates. I could not eat without seeing the lapping of riveted, faceted geometries that would turn sword, spear, arrow, or knife. That thing drove me mad, Glade Chief, and happier I have not been in 40 years. exulted the smith happily, beginning to pace manically. He started fiddling with securing straps, demonstrating their bindings and adjustments, and for all that he gave his attention to the two people in the room, they might not have been there as he muttered, "I will make others like it," improving on it, using this prototype to outstrip it. Turning back to Ulrich and his partner, Galed Uldin said shamelessly of his artwork, "Forgive me for saying, but that piece will be the least of the armors I make in the next few years." And he was gone again, inspecting the flawless plates, their polished surfaces, and articulating interfaces. Ulrich heard the melodic pitch of the smith's voice coming from around his broad back as he lifted it from its place on the bust. "And the enchantments," the elf said, stuffing his work into Ulrich's arms. "I have not even been able to devise the proper runic layers and mana weave that will render it untouchable. It is mundane. A masterwork, but not quite an artifact. Yet, return it to me, Ulrich, when you are done with your journey this year. I will finish it. Right now, it is merely my finest bit of armoring. It is a child's toy compared to what I will do in a decade's time," assured the savant, pointing to his temple, where the ideas were still turning around, breaking and reforming. "If only the Svartalfin would have shown me their techniques," Uldin moaned, suddenly aggravated and slightly sad. "This thing you brought me, it used many of their concepts and arrangements of material that I had never had the chance to see up close. For giving me so great a passion again, you will take this armor, and your enemies will come to know it with as much fear as the mad guardian from whose body it was made. And if you should come to the lands of the Svartalfin, underneath the Heaven's Reach mountains, tell them that Galed Uldin made it, and return to tell me of the expression on their faces," commanded Uldin with a look of supreme satisfaction. Galed Uldin would not be denied in this. Ulrich wasn't worthy to wear something so precious. His mission precluded its use, at least until a moment of utmost need drove him. When that time came, he could imagine what beautiful horror he would enact on the bastards that had given him so much pain, had violated the sanctity of his forest home. It was with an effort that Ulrich pulled his thoughts out of a pool of blood, driving back the raging voice to its cubby in his hindbrain. That thing got a little unhinged if he dwelt on it too forcefully. It was with an air of Arthur receiving Excalibur that Ulrich took Zeftocht, the Glade Wrath, and belted it onto a clever half-sheath that fit across his back. All it took was a pull to free a tensioning strap, and a twist to unlatch the two sides of the sheath, freeing the blade. Uldin showed him how to refit the sheath to its blade, and recommended a few hours of practice to commit the task to body memory. The armor Ulrich wrapped in bolt deer hide, bundled so that it would not be seen. That bundle went into the bottom of his pack. He'd try it on, somewhere private to be sure he could don the gear in a hurry, but he'd not wear it casually or until it was time to do a great deal of killing. So not until later, maybe sooner than later. "Oh, and Ulrich," said Uldin suddenly, as if it had only just occurred to him, "keep my little girl safe, eh? You are pretty, but I will hold you responsible for anything that happens to her. If she dies, friend of my kin or no, I will have to kill you," the elf said softly, soft as a velvet glove over a diamond fist. "Heard and understood, Smith Uldin. Wish us luck," Ulrich said with a salute that was not mocking at all. Chapter 101, Departure. Ulrich let the door close gently against its sturdy metal frame, the soft click announcing that it had latched. He hoisted his pack up to his shoulder and found his shadow standing near the railing, looking over the forest. As he approached, she turned, and surprisingly enough, her features were free from anger. Instead, she wore a small smile. Ulrich got a little nervous. Taipan's smiles could hide razors. "It was a fine trap you laid, Ulrich," she announced. "I did not realize you had used my own arrows against me until I had found time to let the twins dance around." Around was the name the elves used for the tendency of the binary stars to rotate around each other somewhat rapidly. They changed positions often in the course of a day, a mesmerizing dance of solar majesty. It would appear that she wasn't angry. For now. He'd find out if that were the case truly later, when she put charcoal in his dinner or something of the like. Good, she was taking the prank in the spirit it was given, a little mild harassment. I had thought I had sufficiently spooked you away from Uncle Uldin to prevent you getting your heads together to make my life miserable, but it would appear that bitter tiding crows will murder regardless of how they peck one another. Tell me, Glade Chief, how much did you plan in advance? Taipan asked with uncommon good nature. Ulrich figured he had little to lose by telling her. Almost none. I established the idea long ago and gave the Master Smith a notice yesterday that we would be by so he could spring the trap. I did not wish to have too great a knowledge for fear of spoiling the fun, he admitted. Yes, that was a good decision, she confirmed. You carry secrets like a sieve carries water. Now, unless you wish to drag me through the streets with my ears pinned to my shoulders, shall we depart? Her ears pinned to her shoulders. That would almost certainly have to hurt, even if it was just barely physically doable. Her ears were exceedingly sensitive. Don't ask him how he knew. Aye, Taipan, let's go. I couldn't handle another goodbye. Bright Eyes was almost too much, Ulrich told her. They'd shared a breakfast early that morning with the kid. So serious was the lad, burdened with the weight of his father's concerns. Speaking of the old boy himself, Baldert and his wives surprised everyone with a brief pop-in. Rare was it for any of the women to be seen anywhere else these days. They spent most of their time in the royal apartments, tending their lord and recovering their own spent vitality. Baldert still had the gauntness of a cancer survivor, but he was alive and on the mend. It had been a poignant thing, departing from those decent souls so badly mauled compared to the first time he'd seen them in that same room, in their full glory. They traded gentle jabs and bid each other a meant farewell. Baldart extracted from Ulrich a promise to return to Irielhos when he was done with his journey and before he went home to his glade. It was, overall, the most he regretted leaving a place that he could remember in either of his lives. He hadn't felt that sort of reluctance to be gone from a place since leaving his parents' home for engineering academy. No, maybe not even that much. He'd been too excited to leave back then to have regrets. What awaited him now was no doubt worse than what had come before. Ulrich didn't know how many lives were going to be lost between now and when he returned, but he had himself a feeling that it was going to be measured in bunches. His among them, if he wasn't on his toes. However, there was a job to do, and Ulrich had always been a diligent man. A cold, lonely bastard, and a bit of a thoughtless jerk, but diligent. Some of those things were no longer true. He left it up to everyone else to figure out which. The pair walked in silence through the bustle of elves now double-timing to war. There was a distinct focus in the atmosphere around Irielhos since the attack, an intensity that leveraged the movements of its denizens. Ulrich felt a little of it bleeding into him as they exited the fortress. Few would have known that the fortress's resident Valin guest intended to leave so soon. He'd only just yesterday been moved to fast-forward his plans. Still, many waves or good huntings accompanied them out. To the Irielen, all who left the fortress and entered the forests below were on a journey that risked life and limb. The deep wood was not a safe place, not even for the elves. It was part of the reason they were so hard a folk. The monsters, venomous insects, lethally poisonous plants, and constant threat of attack from ambushing predators cold forged them into steel-hearted fighters, even the ones who never swung a weapon in anger. Short was the life of the unwary or careless. Strong was the arm and fast the strike of even a humble herbalist. A harvester's shovel split bark weasel skulls as easily as a warrior's sword. As Ulrich and his hunter-clad shadow descended into the snow-laden forest, some of the excitement of his early days came back to him. Ignoring the purpose of the trip, he was, at last, going to see a little more of this fantastic world. Stepping off the lift, Ulrich paused to watch that wooden platform draw back up into the treetops until it was hidden from view. That was it then. He was away. Fancy a walk or a jog, Taipan? Ulrich called out softly into the late morning light. A shivering wind sent branches into motion and lifted the finer crystals of snow into iridescent streams across the forest floor, weaving with the air's path. His shadow took in the surrounding cultivated lands and sniffed the air as if sampling it. "We will push out today as far as we can, with as much speed as we can," was her answer, sharing some of the cultish energy that permeated their leave-taking. "For now, our enemies are blinded to our movements, but I do not know how long that may last. It would be best if we are across the border before the snows are gone. They will limit the movements of scouts and dull the senses of those keeping watch for long hours in the cold," assessed Taipan. "Would you like my recommendation, Glade Chief, for what path to take to find our way to prosper?" she asked, almost as if daring him to refuse. Not a trap he was going to fall into. When you hire a professional, you listen to their advice. Or, when said professional is bound into your lifelong service by an elf king's decree or whatever. Life is weird. If he was going to get hung up on the details all the time, he'd be as bad off as in the before. "Go ahead, Taipan, I trust your judgment. My only suggestion was to be that we avoid the territory of the river folk. As you are aware, I have somewhat recently killed one of their noble scions, and I am sure that one is going to be salty about it." Taipan smiled fondly at the memory of the parting of her distant kin, a reminder to Ulrich not to think of the elves as a monolith. They were, at heart, tribal peoples with distinct cultures and hierarchies entirely separate from the one into which he'd manufactured favor. The rest would be neutral, at best, or hostile for any number of reasons, not the least of which was his status of Valin, human. They would carry grudges against one another for slights and scuffles ages past, or for maneuvers for the betterment of their own houses and clans. Many of them would have, for personal reasons, cause to view his shadow in particular in a negative light, as she had, reputedly, been somewhat unkind to some of their number over the years. Ulrich briefly wondered exactly how many would-be Romeos the woman had publicly shamed and left to cultivate bitter resentment throughout the decades. Considering her attitude for the majority of the time that he'd known her, scores. He was drawn from the warren of tangled worries by his shadow's voice. "Ulrich, are you listening? By the roots below, we are not even started, and I despair of keeping you alive. Tighten the straps on that bird you keep in your skull, flittering here and yon, and attend me," hissed his pet viper. "I asked you, what do you mean salty? You are using words strangely again." The frowning elf addressed him, carefully keeping his face neutral. It would not do to laugh at your bodyguard when they scold you for inattention. Ulrich focused on her question. "It's another one of those speech patterns from my old world I told you about. Being salty means highly aggravated and inclined towards opportunistic retribution," Ulrich told her. Her marvelous eyes went widely considering at this. She repeated the word softly to herself a few times, salty, salty, salty. Dear gods, she had a word that nearly embodied her dominant personality trait. Salty. "Yes, this is a good word, Ulrich. I thank you." Taipan applauded, "but I think I prefer its taste in my own tongue." Yaltin. Yes, they will be quite Yaltin about the way Samsav Morian shamed himself at the year's end festival. Savaged by an upstart brute of a human, no offense intended, Glade Chief, Taipan said, rolling the J smoothly as she fondled her new favorite word. Yaltin, in her crisp Elvish. None taken?" Ulrich offered her, not quite certain how to take that. He still found it a little off-putting at how happy the woman was about that lordling's death. Taipan had a hard-on for murder regarding that asshole. It was, perhaps, just a bit hypocritical of him, since he had himself known a sensation of satisfaction beyond anything rational when he'd smashed that arrogant face against the ground and stood over the broken corpse. In his own defense, he had what amounted to a little forest lord in his brain yammering at him through his Akashic connection to his title as Lord of the Ancient Glade. In any case, we will not be passing through Zelasin territory. The river is still frozen, but it is the most direct passage to Prosper and the most heavily guarded. There will be no stealth if we go that way, even if Lord Morian didn't have some plans in place to cause trouble, and that one will have many. Morian will give you trouble for the rest of his life, Ulrich, and will use his house's considerable influence to do it, advised Taipan seriously. The Lord Morian of the same greater house of the riverfolk was, apparently, the Bill Gates of Orlithrum, richer than God and known for playing dirty to secure his interests against competition. A dangerous enemy once his empire was no longer threatened by Prosper's naked aggression. So not a problem for today, probably, but a real goddamned headache for tomorrow. His shadow had continued on, so Ulrich got his head back in the game before she accused him of wool gathering again. No, better to go directly north. We can move fairly discreetly through the lowland forests. Iriel scouts are not uncommon there, although you will need to take care that you do not reveal yourself often. Valin are not so common amongst the Celestins that they will not take note of you, especially if we travel together. I am unlikely to be recognized easily, but it may still happen. I have hunted through those lands for many years, and your presence will draw attention to us both for greater scrutiny, summarized the woman, her eyes grown distant as she plotted an imaginary route. From there we can blend into the trade caravans of the plainsfolk. Other kin are frequent enough to be unremarkable, especially in the company of an Asa handler. I am also far less known in those lands. Taipan narrated the hypothetical journey while the splendor of Iriel's snowy forest served as backdrop. Emerald eyes scanned relentlessly as the seasoned huntress led them, and she continued to walk him through the planned approach. We can move with some freedom through the Lagranel towns and roads and enter Prespang from the northwest wildlands. So long as we are cautious, I believe I can guide us through the western reaches to the southern shores of Vatin. Passage along with the guards for a trader's barge will get us to Prosper from the northern banks, which should allow us to disappear into the capital city itself. Without pausing her explanation, Taipan climbed a tree easily, jumping from limb to limb with feline grace, her melodic voice continuing unbroken. There are tens of thousands of peoples, of all kinds, mixed together there, and our movements are less likely to be noticed. You will pass for a wildling barbarian from the North Vatin regions, and an elf slave will not draw eyes. I doubt many will even bother to spare a second glance for a savage with his property, Taipan conjectured, scanning the surrounding wood from her new perch in a branch some 30 meters high. That was a suspiciously well thought-out plan. When she returned back to the forest floor to rejoin his side, he decided he might as well find out why. Taipan, how long have you thought about getting into Prosper and murdering its leaders? Ulrich asked, wanting a confirmation for the estimate rattling around his noodle. I have had this particular route in mind for around 40 years. Every 5 or so years, I go as far as the docks of southern Vatin to confirm the details of the infiltration. His shadow explained, as if it was entirely normal to spend nearly half a century planning an assassination. Ah, silly of me to ask, really, conceded Ulrich, who'd been off by a solid 25 years. There he was with his pitiful human concerns about spending most of a mortal lifetime figuring out how to get payback. This was Taipan, after all. If anything, 40 years plotting an enemy's demise was… Wait. This route? How many different ways into Prosper did you have? Ulrich asked, driven by morbid curiosity. 9, his shadow answered immediately. 2 by the Zealous, 3 by coming in from the east, from the highlands of the Heavens Reach Mountains, 3 along similar lines as the northwestern approach I just described, and 1 involving paying Svartalfin miners to dig me a sapper's tunnel into the city 50 leagues long to come in from below. The cost would be dear, and I loathed the thought of a month crawling through a tunnel an ironhide badger would find stifling, but I keep the money to fund it in reserve. Detailed Taipan, ticking them off her delicate fingers. Few sounds accompanied this conversation other than the soft crunch of his own boots on snow. Taipan made next to no sound whatsoever. They were still walking somewhat sedately, the sleeping forest around them only becoming wilder as they moved through the lands more intensely cultivated by the deep woods elves. Just because I need to see this conversation through to its bitter end, why have you not already made an attempt to get into Prosper? Ulrich investigated, too far down the rabbit hole to stop now. Taipan scowled, not at him, but at a memory. Father, I wanted to go after them as soon as I came of age, but Father had already killed the ones who were alive in those days. I wanted to go and cull the children of those who Father had spared, who would have been grown by that time, but he stopped me and put me with the hunters to train my abilities. It was a distraction, I realize that now, but then I thought he was helping me to prepare, which I suppose was also true, in the way of balderty to layer his stratagems. Professed the dark beauty, scrubbing a hand through her abbreviated hair as she did. She'd cleaned up the edges of that shortly after cutting free her braid, and with it her identity as Gat Iriel. It now hung in loose tresses in a carefully unruly pixie cut. Ulrich found that the short style made her look much more in line with what he thought of when he pictured a hunter in the wilds, even if her braid had been a lovely thing. Certainly, she'd lost none of her impact. Darkly Persian skin, a figure that contained the perfect blend of athletic strength and feminine curve, piercing eyes that glittered emerald green with burnished bronze flecks, and a fierce presence that animated that flesh, like an Amazon of old. She continued her story, letting the scowl go. It was an argument had and lost decades since. When I was formally adopted into the Hunters Guild, I hung those plans from the branches for later. By then, scouts, poachers, and opportunistic fools were becoming a problem again, and I satisfied my duties to Iriel and my own grudge by finding and eliminating these incursions, just as my mother had before me. I was ever busy. Lips turned upwards in fond reminiscence as she described her life spent tracking enemies through the bush to slay. A meaningful glance towards him implied that it was not a small number of men that she'd pursued as her quarry. That is largely how I spent my time, up until Aer Lumitsate was taken. Then I was sent to deliver Father's decrees to the Actinian and Zelasin. I felt young Bright Eyes return to Iriel, and you know the rest, Glade Chief. Taipan trailed off, and they lapsed into silence. Ulrich let her tale marinade while his eyes absently scanned the forest. He wasn't consciously looking for threats, but months in the glade had taught him habits of being aware or suffering the consequences. His white oiled canvas overcoat melded into the snow, while the charcoal robes underneath remained largely hidden, their thick layers keeping him warm against the blunted cold of waning winter. Chapter 102. Running Headlong. Once or twice he started to say something vaguely stupid before stopping himself. If he wasn't careful, she'd think he was trying to figure out a way to leave her behind. No telling what she'd do then. Ulrich wouldn't put it past her to simply disappear and follow him from a short distance without him being able to do anything about it. It galled him slightly, but out here in the wilds of her homeland, Taipan was his superior in most ways that mattered. At least it bothered him until he remembered that her potent self was watching his six against a comedically dangerous environment and an untold number of eventual enemies. That was a far greater comfort to him these days, especially now that she meant it and not merely as a begrudging duty. As was the usual, when he was allowed to relax, Ulrich started to drift. It wasn't a good habit, but what was the point of having an Iriellan scout with you if you were just going to do what they were, but worse? Leave the lady to do her thing and work on figuring out this magic shit a little. Deliberately trying to turn inwards, Ulrich concentrated on the feeling of mana within himself. The awakening of his core had given him one unmistakable advantage. Siran, lightning magic. According to instructor Gotha, it was among the more deadly and rare attunings, being so difficult to concentrate in one location without being actually hit by a lightning bolt, especially for the mages of this world who were unable to join themselves properly to the flow necessary to wield the magic as it was intended. Ulrich now knew that wasn't just his arrogant opinion. The colossal elemental sitting up there in the upper atmosphere of the planet had made its own viewpoint clear to him in that singular moment. Connection was necessary to make Siran work. Mages keeping themselves isolated lost a greater part of their potential, huh? Get it? That they could wield using this magic. Siran had the penultimate determining factor of a conflict, speed. It was fast, nearly instant, so far as living things could react. What was the ultimate king of conflict, you ask? Range, of course. It didn't matter what you did if you couldn't reach your enemy while they could reach you. Ulrich could think of a few ways to cheat, such as tying the spells to nodes as he had done with his lightning javelin. Maybe one day he'd found a school of magic built around the laws of his old world, the Omic school. Or should it be the Maxwellian, the Omaxic school, the Omaxic? Chuckling to himself about the inanity of it, he returned to his meandering. Siran. He was newly awakened to it, but already he knew his limits had changed vastly with regards to this power. The horizon was much farther away, and just beyond that horizon sat the creature who shared a name and a source for this elemental energy, calling. Pulling gently from his core, Ulrich gathered a small piece of that power, just a whisper. Immediately he held a potent force, waiting for release. He held it in abeyance, feeling it. Now occupied fully, he left his surroundings to Taipan, trusting her to detect any problems. Meanwhile, Ulrich sent his mind back to that first day with the Watcher, back to the flash of insight given to him into the nature of Varda's mana, into the nature of this entire, very possibly parallel dimension. Ulrich had never had reason to believe that he'd remained within the same effective universe of his prior life. Subtle differences kept cropping up. Take magic, for example. The magic of this world had been described to him as a field, an ever-present distribution of energy. Ulrich envisioned the primordial mana types as being the four wave generators. The background radiation of the world and everything else resulted from the interference pattern of those waves interacting. Everything, the dirt lying below the snow upon which he trod, the air he breathed, down to his own body, it was all a harmonization of those four firmaments, each consisting of an opposing pair. 8 pulses of existence. Lumen and Caicus, the light and the dark, Vita and Mors, the life and death, Motus and Decidia, the moving and the still, and finally Res and Nihil, the matter and the void. It didn't gel with the physics of his old world, not as they'd been described: gravity, electromagnetic, nuclear binding, nuclear unbinding. That was essentially what his old peoples had boiled the universe down to. Even those were thought to be merely the separations of a greater field, a unified force that had broken down. Nobody had managed to crack the code on it, though. Some of the mathers said they had it figured out. Hidden dimensions accounted for the discrepancies and held the missing pieces of the puzzle. Mathematicians weren't to be trusted. Any time that sort ran into problems, they just invented new dimensions into which they could hide their mistakes. Were they wrong? He confessed to not being able to follow them through their arcane definitions and proofs spanning chalkboards. Mana might have been hiding somewhere in those scribbles all along. Here and now, though, it all boiled down to the field, as the Watcher had called it, the interaction of those 8 primordial waves. The lovely insanity of waves was how they liked to mix with one another. They interfered, building here and destroying there. The patterns of their interaction is what produced tangible reality. A weave of intangible interferences that built the tangible universe. When you rode the ocean, you sat on top of the sum of a great web of energies that coalesced into the wave that lifted you up. The only difference that mattered to him between his old world and this one was that he had different names for the sources of those energies. That, and that here, in this world, his core could touch that web, draw the barest whisper of it into himself to reach out into it. Ulrich had never been able to suppress a childlike awe at this fantastic connection between the creatures of Varda and the world itself. No wonder some manifest construct like the Akashic record would exist. Ulrich decided that the first thing he needed to do with this magic was to refine his control of it. Currently, it was actually too easy to move. The normal mental routines that he'd used to harness his energies were too rough. They drew too strongly on the mana, and Seron rushed headlong on the edge of his ability to guide it. The source of his current difficulty was the same reason as he was currently unable to use Infrig. Seron moved. The magic surged in an endless waltz of positive, joined to negative trading places as they tried to unify. Ulrich was currently unable to convince the mana to rest, which meant his attempts to revert it to unexpected mana were constantly hindered by being unable to balance the motis and decidia. Always too much motion to his energy, and he was fucked if he knew how to stop it. Maybe that was why mages crippled their own growth, refusing to pass through the critical point of awakening their cores. They were able to access the purely balanced mana, the ultimately flexible form of magic. Sure, they'd never be able to cast with the raw power and speed of an awakened core. But they could draw on all the elemental forms with equal ease, so long as they had the conceptual knowledge to construct their spells. Ulrich almost giggled at himself then. Yeah, sure, he told himself, all you have to do is know everything to take advantage of not awakening your core. Easy peasy. There it was then, the mistake of choosing to forego the danger of awakening. A mage could choose to have it all, but weaker, slower, and requiring far more training to actually leverage that flexibility. It was a good choice if you were omniscient. For everybody else, you got steamrolled by a half-trained adept who could crush you before you developed a counter. A little like he had against that pyromancer. If that arrogant fucknuts hadn't let himself get distracted, had just followed that first fireball with another one, Ulrich wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. It may have been that his counterstroke wouldn't have been able to cut through that odd shield the mage had deployed that soaked up his cinder pearl. Ulrich pushed the little fragment of Chiron to move, and it did so instantly. He imagined it swelling into a sphere, and once again, it reacted immediately to his will before it fizzled out. Curious, Ulrich summoned another bit of mana and tried to guide it into a gradual swell. It died out around the same time as the last. He slapped his forehead, drawing a small shake of Taipan's head. As she would say, he was letting the worms in his head do all the thinking. There was not a small concern in his periphery that an actual brain-eating worm existed in Vardan ecology that could drive its hosts mad. Dismissed. Einar, focus on impossible magical bullshit before you kill yourself. Magic required intent, understanding, and will. He was basically just hovering around the edges of 2 out of 3 here. He didn't actually have a direct intent, just a vague idea coupled with a near lack of understanding about what he was actually trying to do. All right, something concrete. Think of it like writing code, and the spell form is a program. It demands precision and specificity to run correctly. Uncertainty, poor definitions, and open-ended concepts were going to lead to problems. Using this mindset was one of the keys to Ulrich's spell potency and efficiency. He visualized his spell castings as algorithmic routines, with context-sensitive adaptations and subroutines to smooth outcasts. The first spell he cast would be messy and potentially slow, but the subsequent ones would be refined to near automatic. Ulrich changed his methodology. Instead, he envisioned forming a very thin shell of Siron, sort of like the one he'd manifested during the awakening. This one wasn't hardened, though. He intentionally left it wispy, like a cloud. Ulrich was trying to use the shell of energy like an extra skin. He could feel the movements of the energy he held, and if he concentrated, he could feel its response to the outside world. Instead of closing himself off from the mana around his body, he was making himself sensitive to it. Ulrich concentrated on this field, oscillating it to increase its resolution. His core facilitated the connection, wrapping the Siron around himself and transmitting fluctuations in the sinusoidal wave to bring the world to life around him as a man blind so long he does not understand sight when it returns to him. The spell locked into place, mana snapping to a rigid bubble. Suddenly, Ulrich's skin was awash in a flood of new inputs, awareness flashing over him. It was like being covered in ants. He yelped, then again slapping his hands over himself and dropping the spell. Ping. Fuck, Ulrich cried, startled again by the bell tone in his brain. He dismissed the Akashic update instantly and cancelled the spell before his skin peeled itself off and ran away, or so it felt. Taipan jerked, spinning to scan her environment, and an arrow suddenly appeared in her somehow already drawn bow. That was impressively fast. The former hunter had gone from a ready to a nocked and drawn arrow in about half a second. Fucking spooky. Ulrich swore again on the watcher's mysteriously perfect boobs to try not to find himself on the receiving end of Taipan's bow. Finding nothing requiring immediate death, Taipan directed her startled gaze to Ulrich, eyes narrowing as she did. Sorry, Ulrich apologized sheepishly. That was my bad. I tried a spell to detect the shapes and positions of things around me with magic. It feels weird, like you wouldn't believe. Taipan relaxed the draw, slowly staring wordlessly at him the entire time. She did not let up her glare as she shouldered it and placed the arrow, poisoned of course, back into its specially prepared quiver that kept the toxins coating the large spear points fresh. Point taken, don't scare the scary lady while she's scaring other scaries. His shadow apparently arrived at some new conclusion based on this information. Glade Chief, you are doing it again. I see it in your sinister grey eyes. Mine ears can hear the pulleys and gears spinning in your skull. We will run now, and perhaps give you something to concentrate on that does not involve startling me into shooting you on accident, declared Taipan evenly. With that, Taipan set a hard pace, her long legs carrying her effortlessly across the snow. Ulrich had little choice but to extend his own stride or be left behind. He could have just kept walking. She would have stopped probably, but he couldn't fault her. They really did need to get a move on. The pair of them jogged a solid quarter-kilometer per minute, a nice cruising speed. Taipan was about 25 meters ahead and kept that separation for a half hour. Say this for her, she knew how to keep a body from getting too contemplative when she had a mind to. Ulrich's body settled into the run, and he took in the frosted wilderness, tamed for now, but growing ever wilder as they moved away from Iriel Hos. Ulrich picked up his pace to close the distance to his shadow, and she sped up to prevent it. Okay, well, perhaps he should have let her know he was going to experiment. Putting on some more speed, Ulrich pushed to shrink the distance as the terrain began to whip by. Again, Taipan accelerated, and naturally, the two ended up in a full-tilt sprint, as Ulrich refused to let her win, and she was determined to force him to catch her. Taipan was insanely fast. Ulrich was, in a straight line, ever so slightly faster once he got up to speed. The weights of their packs, barely even noticed earlier, began to tell on them as they ran a pace to make an Olympic gold medalist sprinter weep. Ulrich was gaining on her. Slowly, painfully even, his legs burned under the effort and his heart hammered. Deep, steady breaths kept him flush with air, but he was outstripping his ability to keep up with the demands of his body. All thought vanished, and his focus narrowed on keeping pace, on placing his feet to avoid eating absolute shit on the snowy path that curved, rose, fell, and turned as they ribboned through the forest at breakneck speed. After near to 3 minutes of his absolute best, he was starting to flag, his rhythm unsustainable. Taipan was only a few steps ahead. She must have heard him approaching because her ears twitched and she turned her head to look back. A rare mistake from the elf. She missed the near-invisible rise of snow that indicated a hidden route. Her toe snagged on it, pulling her leg up short as she flew past. The graceful elf hurtled forward, hit the snowpack on her side, and careened off the curving trail into a snowbank, blasting a cloud of powder into the air to mark her demise. Ulrich slowed to a light jog and was just pulling up to see if his shadow had survived the crash when a hidden foot lashed out, hooking behind his heels and jerking him off his feet to tumble into the bank on his back. Laughter like a chorus of bells escaped the snowbank as Taipan rose from her own wreckage unfazed. Ulrich watched her dust herself off and found himself entranced by the unbridled glee on her face. It was a rare thing that this guarded elf let anyone see her unbound by propriety. He found himself joining her laughter as he rolled to his feet and slapped the snow from his clothes. There now, Ulrich, that is how it is supposed to be. Only the here and now when you rove out. Every footstep is the one that hides a bronze-scale crate. Let yourself free of your own mind and enjoy the moment's gift. Taipan declared, hands on hips, a wild grin plastered on her face, standing as if the conquering general on a field of battle. She was probably the most beautiful creature he'd ever seen. Ulrich saluted, hand to his forehead and at attention. I, Admiral Taipan, goddess of the forest folk, this one hears and obeys. She took his mocking salute as her due and waded out of the waist-deep snow, back up the slight rise onto the trail. He followed in her trail, and the two recovered their breath from the exertion. A good few minutes bled from the day before either offered a sound other than their own trail breaking in the snow. It had been a long, long time since he'd had that kind of run, probably not since he'd raced through the trees with Bright Eyes forever ago. He felt incredible, like a lit furnace. Melted snow escaped from the short crop of once dark hair that had regrown silvered. At least his facial hair was the old dark brown nigh unto black. He was lucky he'd been able to regrow hair at all, given the extent of the damage. He'd just have to live with looking like a well-kept grandfather now. Taipan leveled an appreciative glance towards him, her green eyes drinking him in. There were people who would kill for that look. Ulrich had a sneaking suspicion that he might be one of them, which made no sense. He was about as far from a beating of the chest Übermensch as a man could get. Still, Vavum. It still bothers me that you are cheating like this, Ulrich. You should not be able to keep pace with me. Taipan whined, rehashing a topic they'd already discussed. Ulrich lifted his chin to the sky to allow the rest of the world to bask in his glory. Behold, the greatness of eternal gaze's workings are upon my flesh, Taipan. I will accept your praise as it is only right and proper. This chest, this bloody chest, these immaculate shoulders. Taipan, I do not want to alarm you, but I have the finest ass ever put upon a man of this world. Ulrich gloated playfully. There was a non-zero possibility that that was even true, so long as he didn't compare himself to the almost alien beauty of the Acer. He could take no credit for the fuckery enacted on his being by the impossible during his reforging, but he would gladly accept the gift in all its meaty goodness. Taipan scoffed softly at the brag before readjusting her pack. If you are so proud of it, then why do you never let me play with it, Ulrich? You are keen to busy your hands with mine own rump, she noted. You know why, Taipan? Ulrich declared in mock severity. Some things, no matter how appetizing, are not to be bitten, and your teeth are like crazy sharp. The bleeding had taken nearly a minute to stop, and he didn't doubt there might be a scar. Henceforth, he had declared that her privileges were revoked until he could be guaranteed that she had learned her lesson. From him, with a great many examples. Fine. Be that way, selfish glade chief. A few joy scars are nothing to a warrior. You will learn this in time, pouted the elf. Her own hide was, Ulrich had observed, distinctly free of markings. Clearly she was a slight sadist, which he already knew. It would always bear keeping in mind that way. Way back when, Taipan had known she'd used a poisoned arrow on him, and had decidedly not mentioned that fact at any point until her little brother had demanded an antidote for it, as she had been hoping he would expire before anyone realized. It was just the way she was built. Maybe Snake Charmer was doing something after all. She caught him off guard less frequently, and he sort of stayed on top of navigating her various quirks. Or, it might have been that he'd spent more intimate time with this Amazon elf than any one sentient being since his own family. He thought of himself like an experienced river kayaker. Just because you knew where the dangerous rapids and rocks were didn't mean you'd avoid them forever. Ulrich had passed beyond the point of obsessing over the future. He was here to ride the wave, not worry about the weather. You just remember that next time I get a wild hair to put a ring of scars smack in the middle of your butt cheek. Say, what made you decide it was a good idea to start bumping uglies in the first place? Ulrich asked before he could think himself out of the question. Bumping uglies, Taipan inquired, with a tilt to her chin that suggested he might be playing with fire. Not literally. This time, Ulrich had stymied her with euphemisms again. Sex, fucking, 'cause you sort of just mash stuff together down there, gopping all over each other until everybody's a worn-out wreck. Ulrich said, in what Varda would have regarded as the best attempt a man ever made at never doing a thing he described doing again, if a planet cared to pay attention to the things crawling across its surface. Taipan was now aiming the pointed consideration her eyes took on when she was making a particularly tricky bow shot at him. She did not actually have her bow off her back, so he wasn't immediately concerned, but his socks had been finely marinated this day. Glade Chief, firstly, it is well that I know this habit of yours, to attempt humor through gross exaggeration and irony, and that your comment just now is just that, as I would otherwise be tempted to put another arrow in you for referring to my sex as an ugly. Which it is not, the elf informed him calmly, as you had better know if you ever plan to see it again, growled his shadow warningly. Back to her overly casual tone, she continued reining him in gently. Secondly, it is also well that you have not ever attempted lovemaking in the way you have just described, or I doubt Hallet would ever have let you walk from her boudoir with all your fingers attached. For myself, I will simply remind you that we are alone in the wilds, and no man, woman, or beast will ever find you should I decide that to be the case. Yes, ma'am. Ulrich apologized, having no doubt whatsoever that out here, after dark, it would be unlikely he'd ever actually know from what direction he'd been killed in cold blood. Taipan was a formidable woman all day, but it was when the twins faded that she became truly frightening. Nightblade was a rather narrowly focused class built around assassination from the shadows, and she'd been practicing its finer aspects for around 30 or 40 years. Good, Glade Chief. It is just as well that you are so attentive in the act of sexing me, or I would be less generous and you less full of blood, said his shadow without a single indication as to whether or not she was joking. She had a certain history with regard to that latter part, and a poker face that a senator about to cut corporate tax rates would weep for. Such was the danger of snake handling. You always took a chance when you handled them, no matter how comfortable the two creatures might be with one another. However, she had let him off the hook, so Ulrich would not look this gift horse in the mouth. You are wise and merciful and beautiful, Taipan. Your sexy bits are not ugly, are in fact biological art sculpted by the hands of the gods to reflect the magnificence of your line, and I will treat them with the respect they are due for all of mine days. Ulrich capitulated, choosing the path of the only hope for valorous men to die of old age. A simple acknowledging nod and a shimmy of hips intended to remind him of his place in this world were all the subsequent sign that Taipan was willing to forgive Ulrich's poor jest. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. He refused to stop playing the game, though. Her laugh was worth the risks, a magic all its own. Ulrich almost failed to note that his shadow had very adeptly sidestepped his question to leave his curiosity unsatiated. It was a funny old world, was this Varda. On the one hand, a man was surrounded by mystery and splendor and sights fantastic. On the other, most of those mysteries were actually wired riddles designed to test the mettle of all who encountered them. The splendors were contested over with metal, blood, and fire, and the sights fantastic frequently hid traps to slay the unwary. Ulrich wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 103. Contemplations in the Deep Wood. Taipan led the travelers through the wilds of her homelands with the familiarity of a man tying his work boots. She didn't even need to look at the ground. Always her eyes were up, scanning the trees, the rises of hills, the surrounding snow for signs of dormant predators arising from their winter hibernation. There would be a dangerous season soon, as the deep wood came alive, and did so with a cavernous hunger. Ulrich let his less potent visual attention shift constantly from the snowy trail beneath his feet, to the denuded brush to his left, to the grasping branches on his right, and then a quick check of their six or rear before repeating the pattern. He didn't do it because he had doubts about the ability of his shadow, but more from a habit developed up on the plateau. The two of them had lapsed back into familiar silence, and a chastised glade chief focused on keeping the half-scabbarded sword on his back from tripping him. He'd always kept his spear or trident in his hand and used it as a walking stick. The long covered blade on his back was new to him and liked to clip things along the sides of the trail, being near as tall as he was. If Ulrich had seen a person with a weapon like that back in his home world, he'd have told them they played too many games and had no idea what they were even going to do with that much metal. Out here, just from the things he'd seen already, not to mention the various horrors that he'd heard tell of, you wanted as much distance between your arms and the things you were trying to fight off as possible. Once, when the men who had kidnapped Bright Eyes had stopped to make a little cash from the corpses of two nearly killed greater beasts locked into a lethal drawer, Ulrich had seen a shadow panther on death's door bite a man's arms off, the large scimitar in his still gripping hands falling to the leaves, while his lifeblood poured out of ruined forearms in a snap that made him think of scissors trimming fingernails. No, sir, he was now aware that the long blades were not for killing men, they were for killing things higher up the food chain. He'd seen an elf named Cleaver, named in Ulrich's head for the massive two-handed blade like a butcher's cleaver for giants, carry the instrument like a carving knife. According to the royal guardsman and his partner Taipan, hunter triads almost always had at least one member who was versed in the use of a similarly beefy weapon for scenarios in which the more reserved tools of the scouts were not sufficient to handle. Ulrich had long since had his assumptions about the right-tilted average physical ability of the peoples of this world confirmed. The average bar out here was higher, perhaps dramatically so, compared to his old vanilla humanity. Granted, the elves had somewhat skewed his outlook by having already pulled the vast majority of their non-combatants out of their city and into hiding, leaving behind only the fighters and the support elements for those fighters. Taipan, gliding along the snow up there like a human-shaped serpent, with boneless grace coupled to impossible flexibility, was even worse for his perspective. Even amongst her peoples, she was a freak. Her status had a title that read Paragon, the embodiment of her race's potential. Ulrich, wearing a gods-crafted meat coat, was only just able to outrun her and overpower her. He came nowhere near her in terms of sheer fluidity of motion and coordination. Stats in the status weren't something he understood, intuited, or even wanted to think about. But he knew now that anything in the 30s was well outside what he thought of as possible for a human. The elite elven warriors made him think of the old folk hero of drowned Manhattan, the Spider-Man, reacting almost as if precognizant, and with an agility that was awe-inspiring. There was not a little anxiety in Ulrich for meeting creatures that were to Taipan and himself as they were to the more normal peoples of the world. Something like an Stonecrest ogre, which could rip tree stumps out of the ground with its brute power. Many of the greater beasts had such characteristics, and that was outside of the host of spell-like abilities and traits they carried courtesy of their awakened cores, each manifesting according to their magical natures. Classed peoples were another consideration. Classes somehow enabled a warrior to tap the Akashic pool of experience of the world to draw on the collective knowledge to grant them heightened ability than they possessed by birth. The deeper their commitment and experience in the class, the more in tune with that class they became, the greater they could tap the Akashic connection to grow in power. Ulrich was a newbie, he was fresh on his path, and so his classes were extremely basic. Foundational starting points, really. His elementalist class was just a bit obscure since many mages preferred to focus on individual mana forms, lacking Ulrich's decades of formal instruction into the natural world, but not to a great extent since older unawakened mages almost always learned to handle enough mana forms to access that class. According to Christ, his young for an elf, sparring partner and friend amongst the royal guard, advanced classes enabled a relatively average baseline individual to do superhuman feats such as fight without using their eyes, or throw a javelin through thin stone walls, or imbue their weapons with flame to burn, even as they cut. Ulrich was almost certain to encounter such opponents on his mission to decapitate whoever had instigated the coming war and ordered his death. He did not currently have any such benefit of the Akashic propping up his abilities. It took experience and training to develop those skills, and he was simply too lacking in real-world application of his abilities. Other than his magic, which had progressed in fits and starts, but that elementalist class was an odd one, subtle and passive in its enhancements for the most part. What Ulrich had that few others possessed was competency in magic to accompany his raw physical stats. Battle mages were rare. Combining the manipulations of energies with one's core and academic training, with proficiency in weapons and movement, was difficult. Most who did so cheated on this, their class making up the shortfall and sort of giving them a leg up. Ulrich was a natural. He'd need to leverage his core's potency in the coming days, which meant he couldn't neglect relearning to harness his power now that his core flavored all of his mana with Siron. The twinned suns were falling in their spiraling dance, shadows throwing long from branch and brush across the dusted landscape when Taipan pulled up and called for a halt. The temperatures, consistently sub-freezing, were dropping to their nighttime lows, cold that would drive even Ulrich's tolerance to its limits. The two of them established camp swiftly, poles driven into snow, then enshrouded by the hide shelter, followed by a fireplace laid atop of woven steelwood bark mesh to act as a sort of mobile hearth. The flame-resistant bark wouldn't last forever, but would allow them to get a fire going on top of the snowpack without having to dig down. Ariel's winters included enough snow to have them, at this time of year, sitting an easy 2 meters above where the actual ground lay. Taipan had a fire going in a matter of a few minutes, faster than Ulrich could manage it somehow, and he was collecting dead limbs from the trunks of trees with his bone camp axe. The one-time cripple couldn't have imagined attempting to carry back a load of wood he shouldered currently, and his shadow declared the bundle sufficient to last the night. Water boiled in its pot, the smokeless fire driving it to turbulence. They made a traveler's stew of dried rations and ate in customary silence. Ulrich had been glad to find that, for the most part, elves didn't need to fill silences to be comfortable socially. It was a habit of his own people that tired him mentally, having to keep up with a steady stream of word vomit and pretend engagement with uninteresting babble. Not that he didn't enjoy the occasional bullshit session mind, but just that they had to do it all the time. None of that shit with the elves, Taipan was happy to go entire days without saying a single unnecessary word. Bright Eyes had been more garrulous, but he was also a child, and they were given to be more explorative, especially in the company of a novel experience like a world jumper living in a place no one had been found for thousands of years. So it was that the evening passed in tranquil silence, and the pair were neither of them dissatisfied by its being undisturbed by circumlocution. They retired to the dense fur bedrolls, and Taipan forgave him his ill-fated attempt at humor. The bumping of uglies was retired to a previous world's usage, and he paid the price of a new scar for suggesting her uglies were any such thing. Life had a way of balancing out. Morning rose on the two to find all parties awake and plotting their course. Ulrich had no reason to dispute Taipan's suggested route, but insisted on a detailed description of the intended bearings to obtain a mental map of their journey. If and when all their best-laid plans went to hell, Ulrich wanted to have enough of a background to be able to readjust on the fly. Just because he didn't obsess about the future anymore didn't mean he didn't consider how best to deal with it. Varda punished mistakes. It was a mantra he held close to his heart. It fell to his shadow then to outline their planned ingress into the heart of the otherkin merchant empire of Prespang, the fortress city of Prosper. They had made around 40 kilometers along a roughly northeast track the prior day. They were to take the due northerly trade routes, an additional 250 or so kilometers from Iriel, into the realms of Celestin, the lowlands forest elves. They would rest a pair of days in the Celestin city of Trachnir. From there it was another 450 kilometers, about 100 leagues, of northern roads to cross the territories of the Celestin to reach the great plains of the Lagranel elves, whose royal family had been murdered in the previous season by assassins believed to have been hired by Prosper directly. Taipan was sketchy about stopping in many places where she might be recognized, and thus, somehow, tip off their foes to their movements, so she planned to rough it through the lowland forests as much as was possible. Once in the plains, the nomadic plains tribes of Orlathrem were a different problem. The Lagranel were the border folk, their lands most at risk in a direct conflict from the armies of Prosper and also the least likely to suffer actual damage from them. The Lagranel lived in mobile cities and were fully capable of simply disappearing into the plains. They would poison the wells and springs behind them and thus force Prespang to carry water the entire path of advance, stretching supply lines all the way through Orlathrem. It was a tried-and-true tactic of previous wars, and Ulrich was certain it wouldn't work this time. The enemy was playing a different game. They were wise to the elves' strategies, and Ulrich had a feeling that plans had been laid to counter this old ploy. There was no guarantee of actually meeting a Lagranel settlement caravan, but odds were good, and Taipan was fairly confident that she could recognize the signs they left to guide one another to the normal meeting points. In any case, it was another 300 kilometers east-northeast to reach the Prespang border town of Kilok, a major trade hub. Kilok would, in normal times, see the passage of incredible volumes of goods and people. Now, Taipan wasn't willing to commit to a confidence level of being able to enter the town under her own lead. Ulrich would likely have to take charge of their party. If Taipan was to be believed, and he had no reason to doubt her, Kilok was the center of an astonishingly prosperous slave trade. Elves captured in border skirmishes and raids, beastkin from the outer reaches, humans, even some prisoner Svartalfin, all were enslaved and transported in volume through the trade roads of Kilok on their way to the other cities of Prespang. That would give Ulrich and his shadow cover to move between townships. A barbarian with a quality slave to sell to the flesh merchants of Prosper wouldn't draw much attention. At least that was Taipan's planned approach. Ulrich gave that a coin toss to actually play out as she intended and tried to favor a flexible mindset. In any case, Kilok lay a mere 150 kilometers due east of the port town Bartala, whose ports on the great inland sea of Vatin would see Ulrich and Taipan on a trade ship directly to the docks of Prosper, some 200 leagues mostly south, whose fortified capital guarded the tangled delta that emptied the Zealous into Vatin. All told, his shadow's planned journey would take the two of them most of the way through the civilized portions of the continent, staying well south of the barbarian lands, where savage tribes of beastkin and humans were known to make for dangerous travel towards those who had no direct connections with the tribes to certify safe passage. It was some 1,150 kilometers of overland peregrinate, followed by a 500-kilometer seafaring. Taipan estimated they would not reach their destination of Prosper until mid-spring, near to 3 months after they began their journey, if all went well. It was a journey about half as long as the infamous North Amérique Trail of his homeland. He'd made that trek once, in segments. It had taken him 2 years. The only saving grace was that the terrain would be gentler as they moved towards the plains toward Vatin. Ulrich sat back in the shelter and took in the enormity of what he was attempting. This was different from his little jaunts back and forth between Irielhos and the glade. This was a true trek, whose scale was beyond what Ulrich could really internalize. It was an adventure, but with a slightly more malevolent bent than most. After all, at the end of this trip was going to be very, very intentional murder of whoever had tried to have him incinerated and had used magical weaponized elf cancer. His companion instinct murmured vague sibilants in the back of his mind as he considered the people who had invaded his home for reasons still unknown and declared themselves his enemies. "Holy fuck, what a haul, Taipan," Ulrich summarized. "This is so honor, but if we succeed, it is a death knell to the enemies of Iriel and Orlathram." Stated Taipan simply, "The merchant lords rule with an iron fist. They are the ones who have brought this down on the heads of their own kin. Without their coin, without their influence driving the city-states of Prespang to a united front, they will shatter against Orlathram's combined forces. The Aesir will carve them apart, and the war will end. If we cannot do this thing, it is likely the war stretches years, if not decades. Many thousands will die, mostly them, but enough elves to soak tragedy again into my kin. You do not owe my people this, Ulrich, but I will gladly go with you to see it done." His shadow confirmed, gentle voice not hiding the steel in her will. Ulrich had been over this with her already. Just as she refused to stay behind to guard her little brother and her home, Ulrich could see no way to hide behind his thin claim to humanity. To ignore the insult given and the harm brought to a bunch of people that almost made him hopeful about not everybody being selfish assholes. "I might not owe it to your people, Taipan. Maybe not, though you know my arguments to the otherwise." He paused only long enough to fail to completely suppress a simmering rage that had burned in his soul since he'd woken to find himself half charbroiled. "But I'll be thrice damned if I don't owe it to theirs for what they pulled," Ulrich reasserted grimly. Any hint of the pacifist in him was gone now. Ulrich had come to a realization while under the influence of a cocktail of elvish drugs and racking pain. A new perspective on his role in this new world. For better or worse, Ulrich Einar Twice-Born, Forest Lord Bane, was now the guardian of that beast's former realm. He was the new Forest Lord, and if the old one had inspired such fear as to prevent desecration of the jewel of the ancients, so too would he. A supple hand placed over his unconsciously clawed mitt pulled him from murderous contemplations. Small ribbons of arcing violet light dimmed away from his form, his core having summoned power without his notice. Something that had not happened before. So in tune was he now, it responded to his emotional state. Violent wrath desired an outlet. Ulrich saw his own shadow's determined anger and her expression that said patience would bring them to it, inevitably. Ulrich took a deep breath. Then another 3. Finally, he pulled himself together, and the two wordlessly set about breaking down camp in the pre-dawn gloom. Taipan set off at a silent run, taking no visible note of the weight of her pack and travel gear. Ulrich fell into step behind her, less obviously effortless. Maybe that had to do with the extra 30 kilos of weight to his gear. Lacking his shadow's sheer agility and refinement of motion, Ulrich was, nevertheless, leaps and bounds more powerful. If only he wasn't so clumsy, he couldn't properly employ that strength. Time and adherence to Idraz's regime of training routines would remedy that. Someday. For now, the man plodded along behind his guide, deceptively fast behind her obviously light step, the two devouring the snow-laden terrain. Ulrich, trying to take his shadow's scoldings to heart, kept his eyes, and most importantly mind, on the woods. His attention rewarded him. He saw every variation of tree Iriel had to offer, and that was legion. The deep wood was rich in timber of a staggering array of diversity. Smooth barks, striated, ridged, whorled, and knobby, all on display without the masking of verdure to hide them. Sometimes trees grew limbs that reached outwards in radial, straight patterns of stunning symmetry. Others were merely tidally regular in their branches, while still others embraced the chaos of random tangles of limbs without pattern. The surprising variety of evergreens in the deep wood kept the palette of brownish-grey barks interspersed with dim blue hues and even a smattering of faded reds and oranges. In addition to the trees were more flavors of mosses than Ulrich could have ever imagined. Tangled Svartalfinn's beard, spidery silver draped from limbs, blue-green carpets almost completely hiding the hard stone beneath rough outcrops or small bluffs, and a host of others in a bryophile's wet dream. Even in the depth of winter, Iriel was exotic sylvan beauty in every square meter of it. One step became two, became decameters, became kilometers transforming into leagues. Gentle bounce of gear securely rigged to bodies beat a steady rhythm of time turned to distance. The only pause was a brief respite for a midday meal, cold-dried travel food consisting of some kind of elven nut bread, a jam fruit spread, and a jerky of stone plate boar. Ulrich had to smash a hole in a small creek to refill their water bags, the only significant sound either of them had made all day. Chapter 104: Emergent Properties. There was something almost eerily tranquil about rucking in silence, as if each of the travelers was on a totally separate mission, which, oddly enough, was more true than not. Ulrich was carried forth on his mission of vengeance and to curtail a war of aggression against a people who wanted nothing but to be left in peace to tend their groves and the game that flourished therein. Taipan was fully immersed in her role as Shadow, an extension of her honor's will and household, bent on the advancement of his purposes and safety of his person. Despite the bygones and webs of decisions that had led to the two being on this trek, their tracks paralleled now, and neither regretted the course nor its projected end. Such was the mindset of the soldier. Violence was needed to preserve peace, go to deliver it wholeheartedly, for if it is done well enough, peace would come the sooner. Monotonous vigilance has saved more warriors than armor. This was borne out when Taipan froze and halted him with a gesture. Ulrich statued behind her, not even putting down the lifted foot with which he'd begun to step. His heart hammered in his ears, heat washed down his limbs, and he felt the movements of air across his clothes and shortened hair with incredible clarity, all the gifts of adrenaline given to keep him alive against all odds. His eyes scanned the forest, narrowed as he tried to decipher what signs had brought the keen huntress to a halt, resisting the urge to move or fidget under the effects of the fight juice. Iriel was dangerous. Elves lived an age, but few ever explored that dotage. Ulrich had seen exactly 2 elves with white hair in his months in the fortress. There, 8 meters away, even as her gesture, 2 fingers towards the eyes and then towards her 2 o'clock, informed him he saw a slight shuffle of snow just off the trail. Slowly, with uttermost care, Taipan backed to where he stood. She whispered so low that he had to more read her lips than actually listen to her voice. Snow wraiths, Ulrich, just there. She pointed ahead to a snowdrift, one like 100 they'd already passed by, without drawing his attention. In careful, hushed tones, she outlined the situation to him. They burrow in drifts, next to trails. We are far enough from the cultivated lands that I expected to see sign of them, if not so soon. Taipan's lasered focus told Ulrich volumes about the danger such a creature posed, so he wasn't surprised when she continued to unravel the bad news. There are between 3 and 5 of them. They dig a narrow den and come out in single file, masking their numbers in one another's silhouette. Fast. Very fast, like an arrow shot. Their form is similar to that of an eel, but with scale plates made of hardened infrig and razored like your ice blade spell. If they bite you, they will inject a bitter cold venom that chills the blood in your veins, slowing the muscles and dulling the mind, so do not let them bite you. He was in the act of asking if there was an antidote for the poison, as she carried a variety of them for her own personal use, as well as panaceas for some of the more common toxins found in the deep wood, before she read his expression and shook her head. No. I do not carry antidote for it, Taipan said quietly. Mostly it is not necessary. the effects are temporary and not lethal. Besides, the body's warmth soon renders the antidote and the wraith venom itself impotent. So if you are bitten, try to stay alive and moving long enough, and it will be neutralized by your internal heat. Taipan advised. If you are not eaten by then. She immediately clarified, to his dismay. Can we not bypass them? Ulrich asked, surprised that Taipan would risk an engagement that could be avoided. She paused only a moment before answering. Perhaps, Glade Chief, it is not too late for that. But the creatures are crafty, and if they have indeed already detected us, if they have our sense, no good will come of leaving them be. A slight frown crossed her features as the Iriellen paragon, steeped in the ways of the beasts of her home, considered, in my judgment, they have detected us. It is why they gave themselves away, moving inside their den to ready their attack. If we turn from our path, they will burrow deeply under the snow and trail us until we sleep. We must rid ourselves of them here and now, while we know where they are. Ulrich thought about that for a few seconds. Are we trying to be quiet right now? He asked. We are always trying to be quiet, Ulrich, but not with any specific purpose other than avoiding prompting the wraiths to charge at the moment. Taipan answered. Cool, get your bow ready in case one of them lives. He recommended, an idea coming to him and an opportunity to stretch his arcane legs. Ulrich had absolute faith in his shadow's ability to cover him. He wasn't going to risk getting close to the creatures, not when he didn't have armor on or a bow of his own to sling arrows into them from afar. The awakening had been a boon and a bummer at the same time. His old spell-casting methods were compromised by requiring that he denature the Siron, his awakened core naturally produced now, before utilizing his previous methods. The process had to be perfect, or residual harmonies would contaminate the spell forms. Some types of mana played nicely enough together that it wasn't an issue, Kylum and Incendiary being particularly tolerant of Ulrich's flawed technique. At least they had in the practice routines. He had to admit he hadn't spun up anything at full blast since the awakening. No time like the present to take off the training wheels. So, snow wraiths don't like fire? Perfect. Time to bring back an old favorite. One of his first spells, a simple gathering of flame, fed until it chafed under his will. This should be an easy one. Ulrich held the magic in his mind, the essence of fire, combusting, feeding on his mana and the air to burn. Imagined circuits directed the mana inside his core. He could no longer mange the transformation of one mana directly to another. The lightning in his core was sticky, clinging to everything he touched. He redoubled focus, keeping the shifting shadows of the drift in sight as he crafted the spell, channeling it, allowing his core to build its potency to the limit of his control. Months of developing fundamentals with practiced mages paid dividends. Ulrich's image was clear, as was his intent. Magic surged and Ulrich initiated the trait of his core that he so rarely exercised. Core capacitor, opening the conduits of his body to unleash the fullness of his mana in a single wanton burst. His core responded to his will, and the lightning mana surged. A moment of almost panic came as the budding mage realized that despite his best efforts, he was unable to reset his mana to a completely pure white, unaspected form before converting to incendiary, not with so much magic at once. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, Ulrich chanted silently while concentrating harder on scrubbing the mana cycling through his core, even while he formed it to fire's aspect and fed it into his working all simultaneously. Too much. The taint of Seron held onto it, creeping into his spell form. Just before the working came apart, though, he felt an odd twisting in the magic in response to his distressed attempts to wrestle the spell under control, as if a gentle hand of overwhelming strength gripped his bucking magic and wrangled it into line. He wasn't sure how he made it, but the combination of willpower and months of lessons kept the magic together. The almost dizzying manipulation, alongside his somewhat desperate attempts to hold on to the spell with every trick the dragons of Iriel or Archmage Gotha ever showed him, slammed the magic into place, mutating it even as it sprang forth. A brief flash of panic surged icily up his spine as he felt the thing squirm free of his control, the full weight of his core behind it, and the form new, unplanned, and riddled with potency. Like an arrow loosed from its string, he couldn't take it back. and the magic roared to life. Sometimes, though, you fail upwards. Flame crash, override, stormfire, ping. Ulrich dismissed the damned flashing window before it distracted him, even as his magic took form. The normal fireball, writ large, ate itself in a violent explosion of sparks and leapt away reborn as a roiling violet cloud of fire, webbed with ball lightning, tearing through the air along its intended flight, creating an ion channel as the sheer heat of incendiary paved the way for Saran to pull charge from the air itself into the spell. Incredibly, the working was consuming that ambient mana even as it generated it, and fed itself as it traveled. Slowly at first, the fulminating orb as large as a refrigerator aggressively accelerated into a screaming streak, growing enormous as it did. Ulrich tackled Taipan to the ground on instinct and covered her while tucking his face down into his arms. The hybrid calamity hit the snow wraith den, and snow flashed to steam, a great white gout of obscurement, blocking view of anything except the rapid flashes of violet light that flickered inside the cloud. An unearthly wailing sound rose, high-pitched, grating like nails on a chalkboard, mixed with a wolf's howl, dying wraiths, abruptly cut off by an explosive roar as the spell continued on through the drifts, boring a path through compressed ice until it hit the solid earth 20 meters past the den where it detonated. Heat washed over Ulrich's back, and wind like a giant ran its hand over him, mashing the pair of them down as the blast wave tore past as a sheet of almost solidified snow cleared from the forest floor. As the cloud dissipated, there was a massive melted path through the snowbanks leading to the cratered impact site. Snow blasted away to the bare earth below, which still steamed with heat. The terrain had spared them the worst of the effects. The rises in terrain lifted most of the shock over them, guiding it high. Of the wraiths, there was nothing to be seen, not to his senses anyway, except for a vague outline, like a shadow painted against the cleft of rock in the shape of a tangle of ridged eels where the den had been. Ulrich lay there, shock and stark terror at what had just occurred, layered on top of the sudden mana exhaustion weighing down heavily on his mind. Wow. That was kind of a shitload of destruction over there. Just fuck that entire area in particular. He glanced at his shadow, who had retained far more poise and dignity in this moment than he did, even as she lay on her back, with his weight pressing down on her. Lifting himself up, Ulrich tried to gather himself, helping the elf woman to her feet, without looking at her, lest he reveal that he'd done anything unexpected. He dusted the powdered flakes off his clothes, slightly more vigorously than perhaps called for. All according to plan. Just be cool, Ulrich. If you say anything right now, she'll know you bollocksed it all the way. You did not intend for that to happen, did you? Taipan stated, completely deadpan. Ulrich briefly considered a small white lie, but decided his dignity wasn't worth her trust. I did not, Taipan. I did get a new spell, though, so that counts as a win, right? He hedged, hopefully. You might have put us inside whatever hellscape happened over there, Ulrich, so no, it is not a win. She was approaching the site of what had been a den of monsters with a little more caution than was strictly necessary at this point. Or maybe not. Clearly Ulrich had misjudged a few things. Kneeling, she rubbed a finger through the almost artistic imprint of a carbonized snow wraith, rubbing the ash between her fingers consideringly. She looked up at him with fresh alarm in her features, a bit like a chemist expecting some organic solvents, but finding the package wrapped in flash paper. It was impressively destructive, especially for how close we were to it. There was just the faintest hint of accusation there, if he wasn't mistaken. The seasoned hunter rose to inspect the cleared zone where the explosive force had cleared layers of compressed ice and snow with ease. Those creatures might be weak to flame, but that was more than simple flame. It should not have sped up. Where did it gain such power? I would give up meat to have Mother Shaw here to explain this. She muttered darkly. Have you any idea what fuckery you have enacted? Taipan inquired, a rare bit of profanity escaping her, which revealed the depth of her discomfort. Taipan didn't normally resort to foul language, it was considered beneath her station, and she preferred to be more personal in her attacks, rather than use the low-hanging fruit of simple cursing. Ulrich, of course, had little to no compunction about spicing up a conversation with a little colourful language. As rattled as he was right about now, he wouldn't be surprised if his mouth got away from him. Jury is still out on that one, if I had to guess. I think somehow the lightning magic buried inside my construct self-catalyzed it. I'm pretty sure the sheer bastard heat of the incendiaire destabilized the mana in the air around the spell, ionized it, and then Saran drew in the unstable charge, empowering itself as it moved until it hit the snow and blew the absolute piss out of everything. I'll get back to you when I've had some time to play with it a little more, Ulrich said. Taipan covered her face briefly, shaking her shortened hair before turning to level a somewhat direct gaze on him. He was beginning to feel like a child caught nicking sweets. Please, no, Ulrich. I know mine words are thrown to the sky in vain. But for the love of the roots and leaves, please promise not to conduct ill-informed experiments with horrifying amounts of energy behind them, implored the elven beauty. Ulrich gave that due thought. Nope, can't do it, he decided. Rejected. Sometimes scalability is a key factor to manifest certain properties, Taipan. Kind of like how I never got this result from the small test casts of Flame Crash. But I will take your concerns under advisement, for when I am about to do something, possibly both of us will regret. I have to practice. I don't have years to improve. I've got weeks. This new core is doing all kinds of fucky things to my magic. At her frown, he did offer a concession that should help satisfy her. Tell you what, no more core capacitor amplifications until I get things dialed in a little. Okay, a lot more. Deal? The elf ignored his forced cheerfulness to return her attention to the scalded crater. A moment later, she showed the first sign of trepidation, which was a moral victory for Ulrich. Is it too late for me to return to Irielhos to guard mine brother? His partner checked before sighing away his shenanigans. Thusly reminded of the sheer stupid danger of Vardan magic, Ulrich resigned himself to a bit more of an incremental approach to relearning his magical algorithms. It really shouldn't have worked that way, not from what he'd been taught by the so-called professionals. Then again, his magic was weird, carried an odd sort of flavor compared to the conventions of the elven traditions. Perhaps a human mage would be able to explain some of the, call it wildness, of his magic. As the two of them took off again, at a slower pace now in consideration of the wicked headache and general malaise inflicted on Ulrich as punishment for depleting his core's mana reserves, Ulrich couldn't help but review the sequence of events. He thought he'd had it nailed down. Everything seemed legit. Just like his earlier practice, it was the initial scrubbing of mana, retuning it back to an unexpected form that was tricky. But he'd thought he managed it. That damned spell had worked just fine earlier, so why the sudden mutation? It had to be like he'd described to Taipan, an emergent property once some hidden threshold was crossed. Maybe even just traces of lightning-flavored energy added to the spell's mana as his core passively generated it during the casting. Shit. That meant he would have to do like during the awakening process, actively harmonizing the mana even while it was being used to cast. He couldn't do things in sequence, they had to be actively maintained, simultaneously. It was incredibly difficult to split his attention like that, like juggling and saying tongue twisters. Suppressing a sigh, he pulled up the new status panel and investigated it again. The details on what it was were there, but nothing on the how. Damn. Well, all right, he'd just have to see if he could reverse engineer the process. At least his hypothesis regarded why it grew and accelerated in power weren't too far off the mark. According to its description, the spell really did feed on the surroundings rendered into plasma by its heat. That right there was a fucking problem, he decided instantly. Ulrich didn't want that thing anywhere near him, it was a live grenade. If that disaster-piece orb of fire and lightning got all juiced up and exploded next to him, there was no way he got away unscathed. Worse, he didn't understand how he'd made it. Magic sort of ingrained itself in your brain. You could fairly well repeat a particular spell, if slowly, until you had mastered it. Making changes thereafter was also possible, refinements and minute adjustments that elevated its potency or utility as adroitness with the spell form increased. Here, though, Ulrich truly had not tried to make this magic. It was spontaneous, a result of contamination. He'd had unintended outcomes before, but never in the actual process of casting a spell, only afterwards when it was released and began to interact with the world around it. Ulrich wasn't sure how he was even going to start manipulating that spooky cloud of fiery doom. He'd have to cast it again, with less energy this time, and dissect apart the weave and flow of mana as he did. The training he'd gotten from the ladies Iriel and Gotha was going to have to pull major weight. Ulrich wasn't even remotely prepared by his prior experiences in life to deal with this shit. What even the fuck was Stormfire, self-catalyzing magic? He supposed it was similar to the Windblade he'd created in that the spell had a built-in way to amplify its potency, a property baked in by how it interacted with the environment. Only this here was an order of magnitude more hazardous. The scorch marks on the ground indicated that, in addition to the flame, there were potent electrical discharges as the superheated air and vaporized matter ionized, kind of like how a volcano produced wicked electrical storms due to the charged particles in the pyroclastic clouds. Why the hell hadn't it done this when he'd practiced his spells earlier? Chapter 1. 105. Ravenous Skies. Damn it, Ulrich truly did not need this added complication to his powers. He'd thought that all he needed to worry about was getting the mana scrubbing down, not that there would be, as a suspension bridge with a specific frequency, unintended harmonics that could cause the mana forms to create hybridizations with which he had no experience or desire to create. Any good researcher knows that consistency and reproducibility are king when it comes to an investigation. This failure of casting, due to his inability to control the purity of mana forms, was a serious damned problem. What next? He'd cast a water jet and get an arc welder? Wait, no, that sounded too much like an invitation for the irony gods. For all the love of the Watcher's marvelous chesticles and my own shadow's baller knockers, please do not listen to me, universe, Ulrich pled, hoping he hadn't inspired whatever muses out there whispered disaster to his fortunes. Getting his magic back on the rails was mission critical. He needed as much luck and potentially metaphysical help as he could get. Putting aside his failure and/or success, they were coming to a river, the steep banks sharply declining to a frozen sheet of ice of indeterminate thickness. Taipan descended the 3-meter bluff confidently, her skipping feet keeping perfect balance until she stood on the layers of snow and ice that had blanketed the river. Ulrich slid, skidded, and generally barely refrained from sliding down to join her on his ass. He was readjusting the sheath strap across his chest for the 80th time since they'd started their journey, when the gorgeous elf began a light jog straight down the middle of the once-flowing water. Seeing no reason not to join her, he upped his pace. "We in a hurry, Taipan?" Keeping her gaze ahead, she replied without inflection. "We are. I am becoming concerned, Ulrich," the woman admitted in a rare tone of apprehension. "The absence of game, birds even, there is something fell in the air. I smell it. Always the deep wood teems with life, but I have seen nothing other than the snow wraiths. I fear that this is a continuance of the ripples your killing of the forest lord initiated. Ever since, a movement of beasts has begun, a flux in the habits, patterns, and territories of creatures whose ranges were as constant as the stone before. Especially the greater beasts. You're talking about the monsters that have awakened cores, right?" Ulrich checked. "This is so. Like the creature that killed Serlich, evolved variants of the usual denizens of the wood, themselves a threat to the unwary, these beasts are lethal in the extreme. Most are obvious in their natures, marked by destruction, roars of challenge, and the corpses of prey. Others can be as intangible as evil spirits, melding with their surroundings and taking victims almost without notice," his partner said, scanning the surroundings with that piercing viridian gaze. In a low pitch, she voiced her concerns. Of the two, the possibility that an ambushing type is skulking in the area is becoming greater by the league. Something has scared the forest, driven its children into hiding. I would have us well away from this area, hopefully without attracting the attention of whatever has been stalking out here. We may travel faster along this frozen river, though it does not run in the direction I prefer. Also, there is no cover to mask the approach of some creature," explained Taipan nervously. So saying, his shadow managed to sufficiently take some of the starch out of Ulrich's pants, and when she accelerated to a harsh pace for his throbbing head, he did not so much as whisper a complaint. The demon bird that had slain Serlich had done so without the experienced hunters even being able to lift a weapon in defense. Ulrich had no illusions about his capabilities to detect threats compared to that gifted elven woodsman or his own shadow. Months spent in the glade didn't compare to roving out in the deep wood for a century. The twins were setting, burning reds and golds marking the horizon of their evening resting place. White snow starkly contrasted to the darkening hues streaking the sky. They had not paused for several hours, and Ulrich was feeling it. He knew his guide was struggling as well. Her lithe form, so unfailingly graceful, was starting to drift in her intended direction, the unconscious bias towards her stronger side coming as she pushed hard against her limits of endurance. On they went, though, pushing into the falling night for distance, and, if his legs felt no better about it, at least the mana exhaustion faded. Suddenly the woman pirouetted smoothly on one foot, her form as perfect as a dancer. The bow on her back had flickered into her hands as if by witchcraft, an arrowhead a hand's breadth long flying towards his head. Gack! Ulrich threw himself to the snow, panicking, trying to figure out why she'd decided now was the time she wanted to murder him. Chuck. The arrow found its mark, its thumb-thick shaft buried to the fletchings from the raw power of the layered composite stave, his gift to her. The creature that had been about to rend Ulrich's head from his shoulders buried itself halfway into the drifted snow next to him, and did not move, other than to twitch, the arrow driven into its head between ghastly stretched skin where eyes should be. A gigantic mutant bat, that's what it resembled most, as Ulrich examined it from his sprawl in the snow. Fangs longer than his fingers projected from a massive underbitten jaw recurved to hold its prey. Spouting from the upper jaw were 4 grotesquely large fangs. Its leathery wings were almost as wide as a school bus. The rest of it held an almost skeletal thinness, corded muscle on thin, sharp-clawed legs, ribs standing proudly, and a lightly charcoal fur that had navy blue mottling, a pattern that made it invisible against a night sky. Ulrich had heard nothing, had had no idea the thing was nearly climbing his back. Taipan had, somehow, detected it and pulled a snapshot to its noggin nearly in the dark, without hitting him, thank you very much. What a gal. Holy shit, Taipan, Ulrich exclaimed, at a slightly higher decibel and pitch than he'd intended. What a shot. How in the sweet merciful bosom of the Watcher did you even know it was there? He asked, pushing himself to his feet. His savior was backtracking to him, her emerald eyes almost glowing like a tiger's, and she never stopped scanning, even when she smiled at the praise. I felt its wing beats disturb my hair, a pressure that came from no air current that should have been there. She said, as if that was something that made sense. Looking down at the thing she'd slain, she spat into the snow. It would seem we have not found the favor of the ancestors on our path. It is a blood-starve. They travel in swarms, broodlings born to a single mother, as bees to a queen. Not greater beasts, thankfully, but bad enough. They are why the forest is quiet. The foul things kill everything they can catch, haul them back to a brood queen who drains the blood to make more of them, and the cycle repeats until they have annihilated all life in the area. It does not stop until the brood queen is slain, or driven from her territory by another creature more dangerous than she. That did not sound good. That doesn't sound good, Taipan. What the hell are we going to do about it? Escape? He asked, doubting it would be that easy. Varda has not been merciful today, his guide noted. There is no choice, Ulrich Glade Chief, not anymore. If the snow wraiths were only maybe a threat for dogging our footsteps, these blood-starves are a certainty. We will have to kill the brood queen, or her broodlings will continue stalking us from the skies. We are in luck in this. However, I know these woods, and there is only one place where she could hide herself from the twins' light, which is as poison to them, Taipan declared. You will put on your armor now, and we will hunt together. She said, her tone warming, as if they were going to play a favorite game, which he supposed they were. Hard-ass elves. Ulrich dropped his pack and opened the clever clasps on the bottom of it, allowing him to access the wrapped package on the bottom of his loaded gear. He unrolled the thin leather to reveal the majesty of Galad Uldin's craft. Dark charcoal bone plates, overlapping perfectly and fitted with the precision of a neurosurgeon. Without delay, Ulrich pulled the cuirass over his travel clothes, the thick robes acting as a gambeson now. He pulled the leather straps tight, only 3 along his body, necessary to affix the body armor securely. He was wearing a second skin, so well did it fit. On he pulled the vambraces, pulling a tightening lace and buckling it. The plated skirt went next, belted on and hanging lightly over his thighs. Shin guards slipped over his boots, protecting the fronts and sides of his lower legs, along with the top of his foot. Next, he pulled the overlapping scales of the pauldrons, fitted to protect his shoulders and upper back, and attached to a set of ingenious hooks that would allow the things to be removed or secured rapidly. Last, the helmet, a scaled representation of the old horror from whose bones it was carved, a replica of the visage of the Forest Lord, final bestial guardian of the Plateau of Ancients. It was odd. Ulrich had been somewhat skittish a minute ago. Now he felt invincible. No fucked-up vampire bat was going to get through the artistry of Iriel's greatest smith. Ulrich's vision was only minimally impinged on by the helmet. Even when he closed the lower jaw visor that protected his face, he found himself with most of his peripheral vision. Some miracle of contour and design allowing his vision to take in the dark shapes of trees, the dead monster in the snow, and the eager grin of his shadow. Taipan nodded her approval. Come, stay close to me and ready your blade. They prefer a vertical attack angle or a low rear angle, as did the one before. I will cover the front and skies. You will guard my rear. Oh, your rear is all mine, lady, Ulrich said cheerfully, trying to squeeze humor from the situation as best he could. She deftly stepped away from a lecherous hand and scolded him. One track is your mind, but you will focus now on killing your enemies, Glade Chief. Her elvish lilt held no heat, though, so he knew she wasn't angry. Besides, we shall see whose rump is whose. Would you care to wager on it? Say the most monsters slain gets 3 forfeits, she asked with a casualness that screamed trap to Ulrich's sensibilities. Oh, you would like that, would you not? You with your seeing in the dark and your killing flying monsters at range. No deal. Instead, let us make the mark the brood mother. Whoever takes its life's blood gets the forfeits. Counter-offered Ulrich in his own improved Elvish. And you will not be playing games with my butt, he demanded. How boring. Very well, I have been thinking on a few things that you will find distracting, she threatened. Oh, goody. He was unable to tell if that would be net positive or a net negative. Taipan could be a little assertively rough. Ah, well. Skin regrew and a man's jaw eventually went numb. He put thoughts of later aside and felt that almost giddy fury excitement that now accompanied thoughts of bloodshed. Baldert had been right. He was slowly getting used to the Lord's instinct. Warrior's instinct countered the budding aggression somewhat, focusing his thoughts and letting him concentrate better in a fight as he pulled the long blade of Zeftocht free. Ulrich felt that gentle hum of latent strength, the inlaid black metal seeming to radiate heat. It was time to hunt. His hands gripped the grain of his weapon tightly, probably too tightly, but he wasn't quite used to something so large, nor the adrenaline that was taking him along for a danger ride. Tiredness of a few minutes ago was left behind. For now, at least. The figure of his shadow stalked in front of him, steps placed to make no sound, balance even. Ulrich recognized the precision of the 1,000 steps dance in her movements, the angles of her body adhering to the half steps with which Ulrich was only recently obtaining a minimum of competence. It was a reminder to him to watch his form, to maintain the integrity of his footing as Idra had insisted. Battles were won by position. Position was gained by the relationship of the feet to the body's weight. Recalling the eyeless muzzle of the blood-starved broodling, Ulrich whispered, Taipan, how is it that these things fly in the dark without eyes? How do they home in on their prey? Without turning, his shadow confirmed his suspicions. By sound, Glade Chief. The monsters emit a chirp higher than our ears detect, though some wolven beastkin claim they can hear it. They brag about everything, though, so I know not if that is truth. In any case, the pulses somehow paint an image to them, as good as a hawk's eyes. You can blind them temporarily with a loud sound in close quarters. Can't they hear us whispering like this? He checked, figuring it for a bit of a silly question. A short laugh ahead of him confirmed his too late caution's inanity, even before she commented, They can hear our hearts beating, Ulrich. Do not worry for your whispers. Oddly enough, that actually settled his nerves a bit. Echolocation, just like the bats of his previous life. Sonar. reflected and interpreted patterns of sound capable of precise resolution on moving objects, even small ones, like insects. Jammable, though, with the right frequency of sound. Ulrich's engineering came back to him. Sinusoidal voltage patterns produced by alternating current sources could make distinct pitches. Tunable, a frequency of sound dependent on the half-frequency of the source. Could Ulrich maybe jam these fuckers using a simple Seron fluctuation? Theoretically. No. He remembered the clear buzzing of his voltaic riot. More than theoretically, all he had to do was raise the frequency of oscillation, and he'd be able to do it. Probably not before his awakening. He hadn't managed that kind of control. Now, though? Now his synergy with that mana was astronomically greater. How to test it? Taipan, this is going to sound a little crazy, and I don't think we can test it without an injured bloodstarve, but I think I can blind them. Any of them that get close to us anyhow. It's going to take a bit of mana, though, and I'm still recovering from earlier. Let's not take any chances, but if the opportunity arises, I think it might be worth a bit of an experiment. Ulrich ventured, recalling her request to let her know before he started playing around with the forces of the universe. Her voice was not without a hint of doubt. If opportunity arises, with a creature crippled beyond ability to threaten, you may have your fun chasing Bark Weasel's Glade Chief. Permission to experiment get. Restraining his enthusiasm was as easy as remembering that all he needed to do was bring down a flying carnivore bigger than a man, that moved faster than a horse, completely silently, which could tear a guy's head off in a mere moment of inattention and do it without killing it. Somehow. Easy peasy. It didn't have long before he realized his plans were doomed to amount to nothing, as it was damned near impossible to actually take one alive. Firstly, Taipan didn't take prisoners. They were only a few minutes farther along in their course before next contact. A half-seen flicker of movement from his 4 o'clock was all he had before the huntress in front of him released an arrow, followed swiftly by a second, then a third. 3 whistling bolts impacted on the fleeting silhouette, almost at eye level and only 20 meters away, and it cried out a high-pitched shriek of mortal injury, dropping to the ground in a broken heap. The elf retrieved her shafts from the beast, giving the fletchings a quick inspection and a wipe on the monster's thin, patchy fur before returning them to her quiver. They had gone another 50-ish meters before she repeated that feat, dropping another broodling with 2 arrows to the face and chest as it closed in a vertical nosedive. These arrows were ruined as they broke when the corpse smashed into the snow in a grisly ruin. Ulrich kept his eyes up, scanning constantly. He hadn't seen the second monster, but his shadow was adept. They were fully in her element now. Honestly, these things, were they not allergic to sunlight, would have been better off to try this in the day. At night, Taipan was at her most deadly. A shape flitted past the impression of branches on his left. Turning, Ulrich was greeted by a fanged maw barreling down on him. Instincts trained for months at the merciless hands of Idras, Christ and Taipan took hold, guiding Ulrich's motions, the thousands of repetitions turning them into instinct. His feet moved smoothly, root side, to shift his body from the path of those teeth, undan ready, his arms raised in a semicircle to bring the blade high overhead, and he brought it down smoothly, his stroke parting the oncoming wing from the thin body. The force pushed his wrist slightly, an almost gentle resistance, but the metal parted the limb so easily that it might as well as have been cutting through a balsa branch. The beast passed by, blood freely flying through the air, and crashed into the snow, trenching the snow. It started to rise, scrabbling unevenly, keening. Ulrich had already started sprinting, judging the trajectory of the monster's crash. His legs churned, tiredness forgotten, propelling him at a few meters a second. He leapt, 3 meters away from the thing, driven by intuition, his high jump carrying him into the air to fall on the beast's back, blade secured downward. Impact bent his legs, and he felt the hilt jar against him as the sword impaled the creature, his full weight smashing against it with all the momentum he could muster. Down his body, leaned until the crossguard slammed into its fur, digging deeply. Ulrich wrenched the blade viciously back and forth, tearing the flesh and organs before he ripped the long blade free and hewed downwards again. And again. A hand on his arm broke the murderous spell. His eyes shifted to the side, blade still held high, ready to enact carnage, and he saw Tai-Pan there at his side. She shook her head gently, short tresses rocking. "It is done, Glade Chief. You have killed it." "Very much killed it," she informed him gently. Letting himself be led away, Ulrich took in the pile of gore that had been the broodling. Viscera steamed in the air. Okay, so maybe he didn't quite have a handle on this whole fighting monsters thing. A war drum of murderous impulse beat in the back of his head, the Lord instinct fully roused. Adrenaline put the ultra-violence on loudspeaker. He pushed it down a little, just a little, and got his breathing under control. Whatever. He could see the use for it. There was a time and a place for cultivating peace and gentleness. This wasn't it. Varda, in general, did not seem to be conducive to passivity. Chapter 1. 106. Something Wicked. Their march continued, led by the high-booted steps of Tai-Pan. Only a kilometer upstream of the normal flow of the channel, Tai-Pan turned to the right and made for the tree line. They came to the riverbank, each watching the other's back, as they made their way to the brief, if steep ascent in deep powder over ice, a treacherous footing to climb the 5 or so meters through slipping snow. Ulrich went up first, climbing carefully under the watchful eye of his shadow. Once at the top, he braced himself to lift her up, and she stowed her bow on her back, took a 2-step run, jumping high and planting her feet to almost run up the 70-degree incline before she buried her hands into the bank and threw herself up the final meter, catching Ulrich's offered arm and topping the bank easily. Cheetah. Under the cover of the tangles of branches, they were marginally safer. The direct overhead angle of attack was far less likely, even as large as these Irielan trees were. There was simply too much variance in species and size. The canopy was a more diffuse thing out here, unlike the monolithic bottom of the canopy stratum of the Forest of the Forgotten upon those mega arbors. Absent the freedom to abuse open skies, the blood-starved broodlings lost a significant degree of potency, especially given they were up against their natural enemy, an elven hunter, master of archery. Twice more, Tai-Pan took down an attacking broodling. Not an arrow missed its target. The creatures possessed a fatal weakness. They were fast but not agile, too heavy. Once they dove, they surrendered the ability to change course except by gradual degrees. Ulrich was the weak link, and several tested that link. A third beast tried for Ulrich's blind spot, just behind the crown of his head. He heard Tai-Pan's shouted warning and just barely turned to face the beast that had been coming from his high 11 o'clock. He got his sword up, braced across his body, reversed blade enchanted not to cut its wielder and glittering edge in the way as the monster tried to tackle him. He got his feet planted as it hit, and the genius of Smith Uldin became starkly clear. The mass of the beast parted before that vorpal sword, 2 halves pitting the snow and ice to either side of him, cut cleanly in half under its own rushing weight. Ulrich rocked back from the force, but kept his feet. He stared dumbfounded at the deep blue steel of Zeph Tocht, black runes glittering with a sinister cold light, sky-colored bevel painted deep crimson by the broodling's insides. The cloven bones had scraped past his armor, leaving nothing but smudges of gore as he stood in shock. Good goddamn. Sharp didn't even start with that edge. Swords weren't supposed to work that way. He ought to have been knocked onto his ass. He was strong, but bloodstaves massed the same as a heavy elf and moved fast enough to get a ticket in most city limits. Tai-Pan had turned to see what caused the wet slapping sounds. She'd killed a pincering broodling whilst he'd been distracted. Realization rang out to Ulrich that was the first simultaneous attack. As the she-elf bent down to examine the bisected corpse, she was professionally fast at removing the cores from the things. Those coin-sized crimson orbs went into her belt pouch as travel funds. Uncle Uldin has created a sword worthy of artifact, Glade Chief. She said proudly, I think he may have enchanted the weapon with an aura of cutting. It projects its edge forwards of the metal slightly, enough to begin severing before the edge actually contacts its target. He has not crafted a thing like this in over a century, Ulrich. Perhaps never has he made its equal. His inspiration has returned to him in full, it would seem. Do you think I should make him a necklace out of the monster cores? Ulrich asked jokingly. Killing the ones who murdered his colleagues and kin should be sufficient. she said grimly, reminding him of the purpose of their journey. Ulrich was glad she was around to keep him focused. He had a tendency to either wander loose or tunnel vision completely. She was getting better at doing it without being incredibly abrasive, just as he was, mostly, getting better at getting her to smile at his offbeat graveyard humor. They weren't here for pest control. The sword wasn't made to slay giant mutant bats. It was made to eradicate a special breed of warmongering assholes. Best he kept that in mind. They were only hunting these winged beasts now because they had to. The real monsters sat in a room somewhere plotting genocide, and his sword was a plow designed to part the forces that stood between him and sowing vengeance on them. The pair moved on, deeper into the forest, away from the established trails of blazed by the Iriellan hunters, towards a den wherein lived the horror that spawned these broodlings to feed its own bloodthirst. As they did, the attacks increased in pace and complexity. Taipan lost another 4 arrows to the creatures, shafts broken as they either smashed into a tree in their aborted flights or during their death throes. She was down to a 15-arrow supply, and Ulrich could tell she was starting to become incensed at the loss of these shafts. When her most recent victim took her broadhead with it, flying away mortally wounded and poisoned, but still capable of flight, her peak was revealed as she cursed, "Eat your guts and die, you rat-furred sons of diseased leeches," yelling at the dying form as it faded into the night, careless of revealing their position to its broodmates. Not that they weren't already revealing themselves by virtue of making sounds like breathing or having heartbeats. Ulrich's own weapon had claimed 2 more of the creatures as they'd attempted to ambush from the rear, using the distraction caused by a small group that attacked from high angles at the front, only to be taken on the wing by his able shadow. That tactic seemed to be their favored one, but the absence of verticality made it a turkey shoot for Taipan and gave Ulrich a relatively easy target for the long reach of the ensorcelled blade. Knowing the edge was projected explained a great deal. Ulrich's cuts were parting the flesh even before any of the momentum of the monsters could be transferred to himself, which was preventing the things from overwhelming him through sheer mass. Unless they actually hit him, he was able to keep his form, ready to engage the next attacker. The dance, Idra's blessed footwork, was making that event a non-issue. The elf swordmaster had been absolutely correct. Combat was won by position and angle. The placement of his feet was everything. The strokes of his arms were almost afterthoughts against the simple mindless aggression of the broodlings. An hour of hunting, sometimes desperate sprinting to evade or engage a small group of foes, sometimes digging into the snow, hiding deep enough to avoid detection by thicker patrols of the monsters, took the 2 of them well into deepness of night and into the heart of the blood-starved swarm. Ulrich was, of course, totally lost. He had no idea where they were in relation to anything. More than that, though he could no longer see well enough in the dark to properly track the fast-moving flying monsters. At this point, all he could do was trace disturbances that marked a movement against the backdrop of the forest. Taipan was a beacon radiating confidence. She knew this land like she knew her bootlaces. In a turn of events that had him first angry, then incredulous, and then deeply concerned about his future prospects, Taipan also had tricks to deal with the inordinate hearing of their echolocating enemies that was far more low effort than Ulrich's idea about a buzzjammer. A set of bells. During a brief stop and rest, she'd tied them to her hair so that they jingled soundlessly to Ulrich's ears, but she assured him they had been crafted by Iriellan meisters with a subtle working that masked the minute sounds of their hearts beating and would confuse the sense of anything that used sound to see at close range. They were, she told him, while he very nearly vibrated in frustration, considered standard travel gear by experienced hunters, who regularly encountered monsters that hunted by listening for those subtle life sounds. When he asked, in a harsh whisper, why she only mentioned them now, she informed him that she had wanted the monsters to know where they were so that they would come to them, not the other way around. This led him, in no uncertain terms, to order that she should ask before using them both as bait. The insane elf actually had the nerve to give him a playful cuff on the leg and suggest that he shouldn't be so boring. Elves, unbelievable. Why in the hells did she want the creatures to be able to find them then, but not now? He was more or less in the dark, both literally and figuratively, on this occasion. Probably it was some weird Irielan hunter culture thing that he wouldn't understand unless he'd been raised there. Aggravating, but his shadow was the expert, so maybe it was just a him problem. If you wonder why it is that I should use the masking bells now, it is because we are closing in on the most likely place for the den to be. Farther from there, we would only face 1 or 3 of the broodlings at once, no real threat, and good practice for you. Closer, there could be a dozen returning at any given time, and that is not something I would expose us to, explained the seasoned veteran of Varda's wilds. That was not especially comforting to him, but he said nothing. Trust the process, Ulrich. Taipan teaches you the Taipan way. Just don't die while you learn, that's all. After another hour or so, Ulrich couldn't keep track of time precisely anymore. Taipan brought them to a halt. This time she kept them both in low profile, guiding them slowly and gradually towards a bank that sat in a deep hollow between 2 hills. They were currently crouched in a tall evergreen bush full of prickly leaves, similar in form to holly, if holly bushes also carried a thorned bulb on their limbs that pumped dilute acid onto whatever brushed against it. The blister green was an effective barrier, in addition to Taipan's bells, hiding them effectively from the sonic vision of their target, a blood-starved brood mother that lay just ahead in a small cavern. If there was any doubt in Ulrich's mind, it was removed by the hideous stench that rolled out from the mouth of that cave with the breeze. Rotten flesh, putrid droppings, and of course the metallic twang of blood. For a few minutes, the odd couple simply watched, broodlings flitting around the opening of the cave, proving that a direct assault would have been unwise. If they broke cover, they'd be mobbed. Taipan was an absolute killer, but there had to be 20 of the things at any given moment in the vicinity of this den. Between the guarding beasts, the ones bringing savaged corpses, and the ones leaving from having, according to Taipan, fed by suckling enriched blood from their broodmother. Disgusting. Leaning close, the elf put her lips to his ear and almost subaudibly whispered, "The den is found now. We must kill the broodmother and get away swiftly, before her broodlings swamp us." Ulrich mirrored her actions, whispering as quietly as possible, directly into her long ear. "Exactly how in the sweet fuck are we going to pull that off?" A smile flashed, almost invisible in the darkness, before she unshouldered her pack slowly and extracted a clay globe. Gesturing to it, she explained her plan. Ulrich would have had her declared criminally insane if she hadn't proven so disgustingly competent up to that point. The plan went as such. Step 1, use the clay globe, a poison bomb that released a noxious burning smoke, whose compounds caused severe internal bleeding to drive the creatures out of the den. Step 2, pelt the broodmother with an ungodly number of envenomed arrows and magic in quick succession. Step 3, run like absolute hell, because the broodmother would raise a call that summoned all her broodlings, in range of hearing, read, 2 kilometers square, to her side each in suicidally murderous fury. Quietly, but with as much emphasis as he could muster, Ulrich demanded, "Tell me you are not serious. Watcher's tits. You have to tell me that isn't the best plan you could come up with." Reproachfully, she grabbed him to remonstrate, again, very quietly. And why not? To enter the den is a ludicrous risk, which Ulrich found to be pretty rich, coming from her. Without pausing, though she frowned at his expression, which said what was on his mind well enough, she continued to outline her strategy. "We can drive the broodmother to us in a few moments, kill her, and slip away in the confusion." Inhaling the sigh that tried to escape, Ulrich explained his reasoning as gently as he could manage. "Because it's crazier than giving a shadow panther a suppository, that's why." All right, that wasn't so gentle, but he was getting a little tense. Slowly reasoning with this madwoman, Ulrich outlined why her somewhat footloose strategy was, to use an appropriate phrasing, batshit crazy. "You might be able to see in the dark and be invisible, but I can't do either. The only reason this has worked at all is because I can almost sort of see the outlines of moving things, and you've kept the numbers low. As soon as we take off into the bush with a horde of those critters, I'm going to trip over a godsdamned bush or root, or fall into a creek and get killed. Or get you killed, for fuck's sake." "Odin's balls," he cursed. Her eyes widened. "Whose balls? What do balls have to do with this? It is not the time for you to indulge your perverse—" Ulrich clamped his hand over her mouth and glared. "Vetoed. Now be quiet while I come up with something that doesn't get us killed to death." At which point she bit him, not gently. He retorted with a rather cold-hearted purple nurple that brought tears to her eyes. The knuckle she drove into the corner of his elbow probably did some kind of nerve damage, and he was preparing an Indian burn that would damned near deglove her forearm when she flashed the hand signal that meant surrender. Reluctantly, he released the limb he had been about to savage. That they were engaging in the antics of under-school children had not escaped him. But pressure does things to you. "Enough," came the hiss into his ear. "Glade Chief, we will settle this later. For now, since my plan is not good enough for your towering wisdom, what do you suggest instead?" Taipan demanded harshly, but near silently. That settled him down a little, and he staunched the slight bleeding of his hand against the leather of his armored skirt, while she studiously did not rub her chest. He saw her hands twitch upwards a few times, but she kept them firmly on her bowstave. Served her right, his pinky was still tingling. Ulrich thought about the situation for a few minutes. It was tricky. They needed to kill the broodmother to stop the hunting of her children so that they could move on. They also needed to keep her from calling her little babies over to feast on Glade Chief and a side dish of the bearer of the world's greatest ass, and also the biggest pain in every other ass that walked this rock. Poison really was a good idea. That figured, since it was Taipan's and she generally knew her business, except for the habit of clearly forgetting that not everybody else could also be Taipan in the deep wood. He wished he could just funnel some smoke in there and close the door to the cave. Carbon monoxide poisoning would just send it to sleep and none the wiser. "Wait, Taipan, do you know how deep that cave goes?" he inquired quietly, firming up the budding plot in his head. It was pretty slick, if he did say so himself, but it hinged on that cave not being too large. He was pretty sure he could get the monster without pissing off her little vampire kids. After giving the exposed roots of the bank and the rocky exterior of the den a cursory examination, as well as that of the surrounding thicket, she blinked slowly before informing him, somewhat chastened, "I have forced several hunts to conclusion in this very one, Glade Chief, yes." Mumbling, "And what are the odds?" She paused only briefly before he could offer her statistical bullshit on the likelihoods based on estimates of the number of caves per square kilometer and the time spent within any one of them. But she saw him winding up and hushed him quietly. "Never you mind. What are you planning, Ulrich?" "Depends. That cave very deep?" he whispered. "It is not. Only 4 or 5 chambers that could fit a beast like the broodmother, and the small tunnels are sealed off now to keep the jewel-fanged crates from nesting there. The main reason I have had to come to this particular crevice in the past 40 years. She replied, still skeptical, "Will your little globe of heinous shit be enough to deadify everything in the cave if none of the gas escapes?" He followed. "Yes, and 5 more times again. But it cannot fill the cave if the opening is not closed, and we cannot collapse the opening without alerting the broodmother. Are these questions leading to an answer for how we are to kill the broodmother that is better than my plan?" she asked sarcastically, which showed that even his shadow was feeling the pressure. "Yep, that was the last piece of the puzzle, pretty lady. Gonna use your poison, but without us needing to run blindly through the dark with a ravening horde on our asses, if it's all the same to you," he said dryly. Taipan's eyes narrowed. "And how do you propose this?" she asked, losing some of the heat of her tone. He had her curious now. "You'll see. All I need you to do is fire an arrow into the woods to draw those ones near the den off for a few seconds. I'll do the rest. Best part? They'll never hear dear mommy expiring inside, and we can be well the fuck out of here before they figure it out," Ulrich said lightly. He had an idea for an even more refined version of this trick, but kept it in his hip pocket for now. For now? Simple was best. "Very well," she acquiesced mildly. "I still believe we will end up fleeing for our lives through the dark of the wood and the horde on top of our asses, as you say. But it is at least worth seeing what you have cooked up in that borer beetle nest of a mind." She would see. Those forfeits were his. The fuse he'd do with the lightest touch of Siron at his fingertips, a Voltic grip so minimal it should barely even make light. He gripped the clay globe carefully, his legs underneath him, ready to slip out of the bush, minding the wicked thorns, so's to deliver the payload, and the trick. He patted her back lightly with a whispered, "Go." She drew a dummy arrow, one meant for small game that had a blunt tip, and let fly. The arrow whistled loudly through the air, drawing the attention of the broodlings, who immediately cried out and gave chase, following the arrow's flight into the wood. Because his shadow was a cheating cheetah, it didn't hit a tree and instead made a long trajectory into the woods. Ulrich summoned his arc, lit the fuse in a breath, and broke cover for a mere second, before he slung the clay globe in a sidearm throw into the mouth of the cave. Now for the trick. Concentrating on a minimum amount of mana this time to prevent contamination, wrangling it with difficulty, Ulrich focused his mana, purifying it, and then channeled Calum, air magic, to deploy 3 separate barriers of air, thin but completely covering the entrance, each creating a sonic dead zone of vacuum between them as he pulled the air between the shields into their formation. He slipped back into the blister green's dubious protection. A dirty greyish-orange plume pushed soundlessly against the barrier a few moments later as Taipan's poison bomb fumigated the cave with lethal smoke. Not a whisper of sound escaped the cave. The stumbling, skittering form of a stupendously ugly creature that could only be the blood-starved brood mother shambled into view. It was huge, 5 times the size of its offspring, foul, bloated, with blood and putridity caking its fur. Its mouth was gaping wide with drool, bile, and vomit spewing. Clutching forms of broodlings hung dead from its body, having locked their claws into her fur in their dying moments. It was, on balance, the most sickeningly awful sight of Ulrich's life thus far, in terms of sheer factor. The beast never made it to his shields of air, falling to the stone floor a few meters shy of the cave mouth. Quivering tremors of its limbs marked its dying, and it soon stilled. Taipan was shaking her head at the genius of his maneuver. She wasn't the only one who could cheat, after all. He grinned roguishly at her and wagged his eyebrows. The abject look of horror that came over her features as she realized he'd won their little wager was a little hurtful, but... The blood drained from her face, and she turned Ulrich forcefully around to the den before she whispered fearfully, "Ancients preserve us. It is a mindworm holding the brood mother thrall, and there is a clutch ready to spawn." Ulrich's eyes took in the unreal, the grotesque. The brood mother was dead, of that there was no doubt. But previously hidden on the back of its neck was a pulsating red goop of frog eggs, and now a large set of thrashing tentacles emerged from the corpse's spine to wave ominously. The tentacles were 2 meters long, longer even, and reached for the limbs of the dead brood mother, penetrating easily through dead flesh, and the limbs began to shuffle and squirm unnaturally. It was hijacking the slain host's nerves directly, now that the central command center was toast. It was also evidently completely immune to the effects of Taipan's poison. The corpse drug itself forward, jamming against the thin barriers that had not been designed to withstand a large force, only to seal the cave. The first cracked easily. Ulrich jerked back around to his clearly horrified partner. "What now? Do we run? Engage it?" Taipan took hold of herself, restoring her apparent calm. "It is a greater beast. We must kill it, and all of those eggs with it, or it will create a ravening that makes a blood-starved swarm a child's game. Ulrich, I want you to do that thing that you did earlier. The stupid thing that burned and flashed," she said, unable to keep the shake from her voice. "Do it now, with all the strength you have left. I will carry you through the night if I have to." She commanded grimly. "Good enough." Ulrich spun it up immediately, recalling the form of fire laced with lightning, the incendiary framework that was oddly, yet almost naturally synergized by Seron. He poured the rest of his core into the spell, gathering mana. It wasn't enough. He wanted more, needed more, and began instinctively reaching out into the air around him with his core to pull the mana into feeding the overcharge of this destructive cloud. The last of his sky shields broke, and wisps of gas escaped. The mindworm's flailing tentacles turned towards himself and his elven guide, detecting them with its own senses, which he couldn't begin to describe. Its pirated body lurched, clumsy, breaking its own joints sickeningly, limbs at angles that defied sanity as it made for them. The zombie was faster than it ought to be with such ruined limbs. "Now Ulrich," Taipan shouted, ready when never. Stormfire. The fireball yet again consumed itself, a spray of sparks announcing the hungering reach of plasma for plasma. It drew into itself and shot at the pile of malevolence heading towards them. Far lesser than his earlier attempt, with so much less energy at its start, the volcanic orb of Ceron, supported Incendera, flared into a malevolent beach ball by the time it hit the brood mother corpse in the face and exploded. Lances of violet lightning spasmed throughout the pluming flame, ricocheting through the roiling Incendere. The pillar of fire destroyed the night around the cave opening and threw the forest into torchlight reliefs. The shockwave washed over the pair's hideaway, and they had to hit the dirt to avoid being pierced by the thorns above or torn by the lashing leaves. Ulrich almost passed out. This was the second blast of mana exhaustion in a single day after strenuous exertion for the entirety of it. He was out of gas, mentally and physically. He had tried to get up, to climb out from under the hiding place, but found himself back on the ground somehow. Strong hands grabbed his arms and pulled him up, dragged him out from under the grasping leaves of the blister green. Taipan lifted him to his feet and urged him, "Run, Ulrich, for both our lives." And he did. Weakly, clumsily, but adrenaline kicked in and his legs firmed, his feet found balance, and he was stumbling along faster with his shadow's support under his arm. She was only half carrying him. He didn't see the mindworm, couldn't turn to view the results of the spell without losing his balance again and maybe killing them both by falling, so he let Taipan haul him along and prayed to whatever gods might listen that his strength lasted long enough to get them the fuck out of there. They listened. Or maybe they just didn't care enough to send any fresh hells his way. Either way, he was deposited like a sack of grain against a tree some indeterminate time later, and his pack looted for the hide that made their shelter. It was simply thrown over top of him, and the warmth of his elven companion huddled next to him in the winter cold. Probably. Ulrich had lost consciousness as soon as his legs stopped moving. Chapter 107. Downtime, Best Time. Waking was slower than normal for Ulrich, almost resembling the cycle of foggy not sleep, interspersed with a blankness that characterized his old life's mornings. It was a similar enough experience, in fact, to make Ulrich jerk fully awake after a certain point, wondering if he'd been dreaming the entire time. His senses filled him in satisfactorily. The rub of armor plates and chainmail through leather undercoat, the fine texture of his travel robes, a sore hand from a certain ill-tempered travel companion, and the soft warmth of said companion next to his body, all served to swiftly remind him of his circumstance, even as the exhaustion that had brought him down somewhat dissipated. Memories fired off unbidden. The long run, the hidden den of wraiths, new unbidden magics, and lastly the horrors of the blood-starved swarm with their infected queen. He dumped every last thing he had into a spell to wipe out some creature called a mindworm that had been awful enough to spook his normally fearless shadow. After that, things got pretty hazy. They must have fled. He didn't recognize any of the terrain. But then again, he'd spent most of the night following Taipan through the dark and didn't have any damned clue about the lay of the land anymore, even if it had been daylight. It was an odd feeling, being lost in a world in which he hadn't ever really needed to get anywhere in particular. He almost got anxious until he reminded himself that he wasn't wandering around alone, and that, if there was one thing the dark-skinned elf next to him was good for, it was roaming the wilderness in relative good order. He must have stirred as he woke, because the bronze-flecked emeralds turned from their vigilance to assess him briefly. She almost smiled when she did, and that was pretty nice. Ulrich admitted feeling a little comforted by having a companion who found his presence so, what? Pleasant? No, stimulating. Probably better. Soft light revealed that it was well past daylight, judging by the way the beams of light pierced through the webs of naked branches above them, casting sharp reliefs of shadow and brilliance around the frosted humps of undulating forest. A small feeder creek nearby burbled audibly beneath its icy cover. Ulrich and Taipan were enshrouded by the large stitched shelter hides, their heavy weight holding the pair's body heat easily. In spite of his general tiredness and the tree roots jutting rudely into his anatomy, he felt all right. Must have slept in. Sorry about missing the watch there, Taipan. Ulrich greeted her softly. She had no doubt kept watch for all that remained of the night. She had to be whacked out at this point. "It is no trouble, Ulrich. You gave of yourself all that could be asked to put to rest a menace to the forest. I cannot begrudge you a few hours of sleep," she returned. "So, we got it?" he asked hopefully. She nodded and then did smile broadly. "It is, as you say, compost, Glade Chief," she confirmed. Her body shuddered slightly and her expression dimmed as she recalled the nature of the abomination that had produced a lesser infection in the wood of her homeland. He felt her shiver and saw her face shift. What the hell was that thing, Taipan? 'Cause let me tell you, it freaked me right the fuck out. He led, knowing she wanted to speak of it. Her features calmed, comforted by the calamitous riot of fire and light that had surely consumed the threat before she answered. "You know how I tell you always that you have worms in your head?" she asked rhetorically. "Well, that creature last night is what happens when one of those worms undergoes awakening. Normally, brainworms, they simply lead an infected host to a nicely damp patch of soil and eat the brain, killing the host, so that it will rot and deposit eggs into the soil to infect some other scavengers or creatures that investigate. Unpleasant, but mostly harmless." She took a steadying breath before continuing the newest Vardan horror story that would steal sleep from him in the future. Mindworms do not eat the brain, they become it. They take over the body completely and use the remnants of the mind they have stolen to replace it, infiltrating. Once their eggs reach maturation, they spread them into other hosts who do the same. From there, the epidemic spreads. Each mindworm knows what the motherworm knows. Each passes their own knowledge to their offspring, along with the single instinct to travel, to roam far and wide, contaminating as many different creatures as possible. All that saves the land from them is that they have very great difficulty with rapid movement. They are worms, after all, and flight is impossible for them, she revealed. Entire towns have been lost in a matter of weeks. The creeping infection is incredibly difficult to detect. So long as the worms are not forced into sudden violent motion, they can pass almost perfectly for a person, using the memories of the host's own brain to infiltrate long enough to infect their kith and kin. We were lucky here. The worm was using a blood-starved swarm to find prey, probably trying to get a thinking host, where its powers were best used rather than a monster. God's blood, it was invasion of the body snatchers. Who'd have thought he'd trip over classic pre-collapse cinema in Wonderland? Given all the rest of the myths that had expressed themselves in this reality, he probably shouldn't have been surprised. Ulrich remembered the shambling zombie driven by tentacles inserted into the limbs. "Wait, so killing the host doesn't kill the worm?" he asked with growing alarm. Her hair tossed softly as she affirmed the negative. "It does not. Brainworms die with the host after laying their eggs, but mindworms are not parasites, Ulrich. They are predators. They can violently take a new host, just as you saw, by activating the nerves of the deceased host to move. It doesn't even take very long. Just a few tentacles at the base of the spine are enough for the abomination to destroy the host's will and achieve a takeover. Among the fearful creatures of Varda, they are considered one of the most insidious," she declared finally. Fucking hell, that was a kind of body horror he could very damned well do without. They weren't just lucky, they were gods blessed to have encountered the thing in a monstrous host. He released a breath, held as the nature of the greater beast was made crystal clear to him. "Are you sure it's dead? Should we go back and, just burn everything around there down to be sure?" he asked, dead serious. If it took all week, he'd sterilize that cave and its surroundings with fire. Her gentle shake, the bells still tied into her short hair, jingling soundlessly, to him declared it unnecessary. "It is dead and gone, Ulrich. Mindworms are not dangerous because of their physical prowess, but because of how hard they are to recognize. We will return, though, after the both of us have rested. There are cores to collect. That brood mother's core, to say nothing of the damned worm, will fund our journey in its entirety. An open bounty of 100 golden royal crowns stands for a mindworm core. No one cares where it came from either, just the act of submitting one is enough to pay the bounty, and gladly." He was far happier, knowing that the creature was put paid, but he couldn't help but note that she'd said nothing of the broodling swarm. And the bloodstarves. They are without their brood mother. They will, as their name suggests, starve within a day or two without her enriched blood nursing them. Time enough for us both to recover our strength and for me to fletch a few arrows to replace the ones lost to them," answered Taipan. Damn, they hadn't made it half a week away from the safety of Irielhos before they'd gotten stopped by some walking nightmare or other. "Is the deep wood always this dangerous, Taipan?" he asked, almost certain as to the answer. There weren't many old elves, after all, despite their long lifespans. "Iriel suffers not the weak glade chief, and culls us of the incompetent or the unfortunate with regularity. It is the way of our people and the burden the hunters bear. We live to reduce these threats from the crafters and harvesters," she answered, radiantly proud of her former comrades. "You have been remarkably unlucky, though, I must admit," she exclaimed suddenly, eyes narrowing, as she considered the sheer number of unfortunate events that had accompanied him. "Ulrich, I do not wish to alarm you, but you may be cursed," Taipan said, too deadpan for him to determine if she was telling a joke. He did have to admit that he'd been living a fairly exciting life. Meeting the Forest Lord a couple of days after waking up on Varda, fighting off beasts, getting stampeded, hunting kidnappers, meeting and living with wild-assed elves, almost getting assassinated, meeting a lightning god that tried to convince him to join it through his core, and now fighting a horde of vampiric murder bats as large as a man before coming face to face with a hellworm. It was just enough to make him consider again if the Watcher was getting her money's worth out of reforging him. "You can accuse me of many things, dear Taipan, but you may never accuse me of being boring again," he rebutted. A thought occurred to him, though, of the previous night's journey into darkness. "But seriously, don't use the both of us to lure in monsters so you can kill them, you murder junkie. There's a limit to overconfidence, sheesh," Ulrich bitched. Taipan scoffed good-naturedly. "Far. If a blood-starved swarm is enough to deter you, we may as well head south to ride out the war on an Actinian beach, sipping horror wine while we dine on spiced and honeyed fish." That did not sound bad, actually. He hadn't even known it was an option either. But pleasing as that sounded, there was business to attend first. And she had left an opening. "Look, Taipan, I'm not a jealous man, but I'm not going to hand-deliver you to your old boyfriend, just because I won't let you use me as live bait," he said, keeping his face straight. Her ears reddened instantly, and she choked back a yell before restraining herself. You ark, Galid Uldin, I will stuff Candela ants down your apron when I get hold of you," she swore to the sky, fist shaking impotently. "And you, Ulrich, there is no such thing that will happen. Firstly, I would not so much as speak to that humorless webfoot, call me a spoilt bitter jade. Will you? She trailed off there, muttering imprecations in Elvish that Ulrich was almost certain had to do with an unlikely romantic relationship between spawning squids, grandparents, and pine pitch. His Elvish wasn't quite up to handling that one. She snapped out of it with a cutting hand gesture that more than suggested holding a knife to make unpleasantness out of someone's anatomy, before continuing her diatribe, thoroughly riled now. "Secondly, I am part of your household, and may not have dalliance outside of it. This is common knowledge for the Shadow to Honor Pact, which you would know if you were not an ignorant savage of a manling. Thirdly, you are much better at using your mouth to—" Ulrich checked his ears. "Hang on a second there, Taipan. Did I hear you right? What do you mean you can't dally outside my household? I don't even have a household," he interjected. She'd dropped a bombshell on him. Besides, she was about to start making him blush. He knew there should have been an instruction manual with this shadow bullshit. Taipan looked at him like he was slow, which, if the shoe fits. "Ulrich, we have been over this already. I am bound into service to you as an extension of your will. To go outside of your house romantically would introduce possible angles of compromise. It is done to order a shadow into arrangements with other households as a way to cement ties or obtain advantage against them. And you will never do this, or I will kill us both. But a shadow may not seek out partners. It creates a fundamental vulnerability and conflict of interests that is unacceptable." Ulrich took a minute to digest that. It made a sort of Machiavellian sense, but he, honestly, wasn't expecting so sophisticated a socio-political angle on the whole shadow business. That is both logical and awful, Taipan. Watcher's tits, I like this shadow thing less and less. It feels way too similar to slavery for my liking, Ulrich admitted. She did smile a touch at that. Why do you think it is the worst form of punishment? Some argue the worst amongst the Irielen, Ulrich. Mother Vedir spoke truly. By all rights, father should have taken my life on the spot. I violated no fewer than 3 central tenets: guest right, abandonment of a hunter's post, and withholding of critical knowledge with intent to deceive. She remonstrated, defending her father's decision. He knew some of this already, it just failed to sink in properly. Suddenly he jerked to sit completely upright. Wait, so the only reason you sleep with me is because you literally can't with anyone else? He asked, horrified. His self-confidence was about to be in tatters. Gods damn it, he should have known there was a catch out there. The universe threw him a bone. Tai-Pan made the deliberate decision not to kick his legs out from under him and eviscerate his ego. Even she couldn't muster that level of cruelty, even though she did, briefly, consider it. Do not be slow, Ulrich Glade Chief. I beg you because it is fun, and because you make yourself worthy of my attention. Tai-Pan said lightly. Her eyes went serious then, though, and despite her almost cheerful tone of voice, he knew she was absolutely serious. Abandon any thought, Ulrich, that I do not choose my partners carefully and without full consideration of my decisions. If I did not wish it, I would not share my blankets with anyone, you included, and any who would insist otherwise would not long live their lack of wisdom. Oh, well, that was fine then. Right? Some things a modern education and good parenting don't prepare you for. His relationship with the elf next to him was right there on top of the heap as far as he was concerned. Fuck it, ride the wave. Sorry, Tai-Pan, I didn't mean to suggest you were somehow coerced. Just, you had a pretty wicked hate boner for humans, and I was pretty sure I was included on that list, with a little additional baggage due to the, call it awkwardness, of our meeting. She shifted to lean against him a little more, which was nice. She had a nice smell, sort of flowery, with a hint of earthiness, probably because they were both 3 days outside a bath. He was vaguely wondering if she would smell better or worse a couple of weeks into this bushwhacking, and wasn't ashamed to admit the curiosity if anybody asked. His musings were interrupted, though, by her next words. It is fine. You were right to suspect this. I spent much time debating how to have you killed in ways that would be untraceable, but father saw fit to provide watchers over you most of the day to make this difficult. Later on, I began to resent you for not being the verminous, deceiving filth that I had suspected you would be, most especially for conning mine little brother into liking you. Then you kept earning respect from people that I respect, such as Idraz and even Mother Vedir, and I was forced to acknowledge that you were not as your kin, and that goaded even worse than the rest. It helped nothing that you were pretty without clothes and act like Father Baldart's long-lost bastard brother. Tai-Pan confessed casually. There was a lot to unpack there, but Ulrich was going to just skip on past it to note that this was all as good as ancient history. Thanks, he managed. Smooth Ulrich. Real smooth. Wit like that puts you right up there with the legends. You'll go down in history as a regular Casanova. She nodded her acceptance, though, as if that were entirely sufficient. Shakespeare was onto something. Brevity was awesome, especially when it covered for a lack of anything close to a coherent response. It is nothing to be thankful for, but you are welcome. You were right about me back then. I did blame you for everything that happened, and I did find it intolerable to be made as a pet, even in the reckoning of the all-knowledge with your naming of me, which made it worse when we were attacked, and I had spent so much time resenting my position instead of fulfilling it that I was not of use to defend you or my people. That life was a shame beyond words, and I will speak no more of it. Better this life where I have purpose and meaning. It is not so bad being your Tai-Pan. That last she said warmly. Besides, if this keeps up, we will one or both of us be dead inside the year, so we had better enjoy ourselves while we may. She concluded unnecessarily. Cheerful lady, super mega cheerful. She might be onto something, though. Yeah, about that, are we? Safe here? He asked. Probably a silly thing to ask, but his shadow had thought nothing of inviting attacks on them both by bloodthirsty monsters when they could have been far more conservative. They, evidently, had different definitions for what qualified as risky. If you mean from immediate harm, then yes. I scouted before you woke and found no sign of danger. The blood-starved swarm has at least done us the favor of clearing out this region of most roaming threats, and the broodlings have returned to their mother to join her in death. For now, we are free from threat, she reported. Cool. Tell you what, you hang out here and rest. I'll set up camp and get a breakfast rolling. I brought a little of your favorite reaper fern, Ulrich offered. He had her attention now at the mention of that fiery herb. Ooh, yes, please, she moaned, scrambling free of the hide. Despite his suggestion, she take it easy. Up with you, Glade Chief, she commanded, her outstretched finger pointing at him and her other hand on her hip, power pose complete. We will establish our base camp and take this day to recover while the broodlings starve out. Tomorrow we may collect our harvest and be on our way. Taipan ordered, enthusiasm for the day growing. Bemusement painted his features as he extracted himself from the warmth of their impromptu bedding and got to work setting up the shelter under her orders. It was surprising how the mind adjusts to repeated stresses. Ulrich sat next to his cook fire, much as he'd sat next to similar fires many months ago in his old home in the ancient glade. Despite the recent battle, despite the strange terrain, and despite what eventualities lay ahead, he was in that moment content. Tongues of flame, swaying in the gusts of wind, were accompanied by the soft crackling of wood, the popping and hissing of damp logs drying, and the roil of boiling water, all served to wash away the harrowing desperation that accompanied last night's battles. Taipan was asleep, buried in her bedroll in a power nap while he cooked. Once the shelter was finished, and Ulrich assured her that he would not leave the camp for any reason or forget to wake her for breakfast, she was dead to the world within moments of lying down. Occasional burbles of sound escaped her as she slept. Unusual cuteness for such concentrated evil while awake. Ulrich stirred the pot, satisfied that the boiled water was ready to add ingredients. First, a cubed chunk of dried meat. Its origin was unknown to him, but he'd long since stopped worrying about the source of meat amongst the elves. They hunted most things that walked, crawled, and flew, and ate all of it. Next up, he added some of the dried seasonings packed away in one of his sealed wooden tubes, a sprinkle to flavor the broth. Fresher herbs and bulbs of tubers he went ahead and minced, ready to be added. Afterward, he had to wait for the meat to reconstitute, time he spent practicing the detection spell, the aura of electromagnetic perception that had startled him so greatly the day before. It wasn't even so much a spell as an extra sense, activated through his concentration on his core's lightning mana and the faint pulses of mana around him. Serrano perception cost him very little in the way of mana, just a faint draw on his resources as he sent pulses of energy outwards. What it cost him greatly was his ability to interpret the information, like having his skin given a sunburn that did not hurt, but instead detected pressures according to the forms of things around him. So light as to be almost impossible to distinguish for things like dirt, dead dry wood, or very small objects. Far heavier pressure for minerals, especially magnetically active metallics. Things containing heavy moisture content, like living trees and plants, and of course, a definitive impression of living things. His sleeping shadow lit like a beacon against his side from where she slept. The sensation was incredibly distracting, and he only poorly was able to determine what the itches here or pinches there were telling him. He'd have to immerse himself in this spell to ever make it into what he envisioned. Proximity radar. It would have been extremely useful to have had this going last night, instead of having to rely on his sketchy night vision. Not to mention, he'd been mulling over some way to create a small moving fog bank, both to obscure vision and to gather dense charges to store potential charge. Sort of a pre-packaged lightning kind of thing. That was a project that he was currently shelving because he didn't want to evaporate himself, building a dense cloud in which contaminant Siron was already present. If his warped flame crash was any indication, large workings were a bad idea until he polished his skills. Unless things were already tits up, in which case he'd be ready to explore desperation's dice rolls. When he was able to pull it off, though, he'd be able to steal his enemy's sight while retaining his own inside the cloud, a pretty awesome advantage. Ah, meat's ready. He scooped the minced produce onto his knife blade and added them to the pot, stirring vigorously. Lastly, he tossed a few pinches of the molten hot spice herb from his glade. It would be a thing used sparingly to remind him of home so far away. When the tangy smell of stew reached the smooth odor profile that said the fat-soluble spices had joined in gastric harmony with the water-soluble ones, he woke his shadow to join him in a meal. They ate with gusto, having missed their afternoon meal in the insanity of the blood-starved hunt. After partaking of the meal, his shadow returned to her blankets and Ulrich returned to his contemplation of magic and mayhem, wiping fresh tears elicited by the flaming hot meal from his eyes. Very deliberately, he did not use any spells other than the Serrano perception, saving his strength for any unexpected visitors. It had proven to be a massively distracting experience, having Taipan moving around and feeling it like someone dragging their finger down his hide as she did. Yeesh. He refused to let up, though. This technique demanded constant fiddling to become useful, and he wasn't going to stop just because it sucked. Sitting there with the heat of food in his belly, Ulrich reviewed recent history for his daily dose of self-criticism. Yesterday's exhaustion highlighted the risks of using his core's ability to shunt its entire reservoir of power into a single spell form. He left himself incredibly vulnerable afterward. Depleting his reserves twice in relatively close succession had taken a massive toll. Sheer adrenaline and the aid of Taipan had allowed him to keep his feet. On his own, he likely would have been unable to do much more than crawl and stumble a few hundred meters. So as great a weapon as core capacitor was, it was a double-edged blade. Not quite so for his other core trait, overcharge. That one was a far more efficient use of his mana, concentrating spell power to greater effect, but without totally emptying himself on a single attempt. The main problem with overcharging a working was that it required absolute concentration to avoid a backlash, and he couldn't do it sequentially. At least, he hadn't managed to do it with an acceptable success rate. Yet, similarly to dual casting, working two different spell forms at the same time, he simply wasn't good enough to consistently pull it off. Again, yet. The lesson learned from last night's encounter was, unless things were absolutely dire, hold a little something in reserve. Ulrich, above anyone, could appreciate that there was a time to cut loose everything without regard for the next moment. But Idraz's philosophy of winning through inevitability also had strong merit. Ulrich doubted that the older elf would have come out of the night even breathing hard. Some things sheer experience offered that no amount of talent could reach. All Ulrich could do was learn from his mistakes and commit to improving daily. Speaking of which, it was time to run through that national pastime of his balance exercises and stance work. Ulrich's form was, to put it plainly, shit. He was still tired, still magically hungover, and a few hours leaning against a tree wasn't going to fix that. Even so, it was all the more important that he force his limbs into the positions and concentrate on keeping his balance through the exercises designed to strain it. 10 times forwards and 10 times back. He struggled through it and the worst of the aches passed as he warmed up. The stance work was marginally better. Months of grueling practice had vastly improved his proprioception and coordination, even if it still lagged behind the more studied elven warriors. Ulrich found that last night's combat had sharpened his practice considerably. One of the tools he'd begun to use was to envision an enemy while he was going through the routines, trying to picture an opponent and his steps as a response to their attempts to cut short his reforged life. The blood-starved broodlings gave that habit an additional punch this morning. The sight of the fanged maw flying toward his face was nice and fresh in his thoughts. He hadn't had the time to consider it then, but he was more than pleased that he hadn't frozen up or bungled his fight against the creatures, other than allowing the one to close with him, being bailed out by the sheer heinous sharpness of his enchanted sword. That mistake was almost entirely attributable to the fact that Ulrich could not see in the dark, and that the bat-like monsters made very little noise for how big and fast they were. He didn't allow himself the excuse, it didn't matter that the monsters were unfair, that was just the way Varda spun. If he wanted to keep seeing its turns, he'd better fix his shit and find ways to work around his limitations, or some nasty critter was going to turn him into feces. Keeping the image of the monster firmly in mind, the feel of its rapid approach, Ulrich forced himself through ever faster progressions of some of Idraz's more evil step patterns. He even made himself use the tricky cross steps that he saw now were just the thing to let him turn his body rapidly, shifting himself out of the line of a head-on attack, or changing the level of his body, lowering himself underneath a high strike naturally, without the bending that might compromise his center of gravity. It sucked that he wasn't a natural at this, but what was a guy going to do? He'd been a damned geek with aspirations of becoming a mountain man for 30 years. A new body and some tough love don't just change that overnight. So shut up and get good, you asshole, he scolded himself, pushing through the next sequence and losing his throat to the fangs that would have brushed by because he wasn't fast enough to complete the back-crossing branch step. It took 3 more failed attempts before he finally managed to clear himself from the imagined attack angle and successfully come away clean. It was another half dozen before he managed that evasion and a counterstroke that would come close to hitting the creature as it passed. How the fuck did Idra, or even Christ for that matter, make it look so damned smooth and easy? About a decade of doing what you're doing right now, he reminded himself. 2 hours of this passed, leaving Ulrich both frustrated at the distance, yawning between himself and his betters, and satisfied that he'd ended practice better than he'd started. When you're trying to improve a skill, better every day is the golden rule. If you have got the fortune to have enough days between when you start and when something kills you for your lack of ability, which was where running very fast came in handy. The better part of valor and valor was Ulrich's middle name. That was actually an old joke from his previous life, when his few close friends noted a predilection for getting himself into trouble with superiors by being entirely unwilling to compromise on certain red lines. Unwilling to compromise and not particularly nice about it. Speaking of discretion, Ulrich had exactly none wearing this armor. Anybody who saw him would have no doubt that he was up to no good. This get-up screamed murder time for all to hear. Gods bless Taipan's Uncle Uldin, it was a thing of beauty. As he removed the pieces and wrapped them up in their bundle, returning them to their place in the bottom of his pack, he felt incredibly exposed, damned near naked. Not a good feeling while being up to your neck in a savage wilderness. Then again, he had been naked in a savage wilderness for long enough that it wasn't so bad. Just like old times, he laughed to himself, sweat steaming off his form in the cold air. Air that lacked the bite it had held a scant few weeks earlier, Ulrich noted. Spring would be arriving soon. And with it, war. Taipan's timetable had them trying to break free of Orlathrum right around when the snow cleared from the passes and the ground firmed up enough for standard travel. Caravans wouldn't operate until their wagons, loaded heavily with the trade goods procured during the previous autumn and winter hauls, could traverse the trade routes without burying in mud or fording rivers raging with snowmelt. Much had been made to him by all who had spoken of it about the state of the Zealous, when the glaciers of the Heavens Reach Mountains bestowed upon it their springtime off-pouring. To a lesser degree, all such river portages would be dicey in the extreme, another reason that Taipan had them going the theoretically much greater distance of the northern track. It would be a longer trip, but shorter in duration, since they would only be minimally impacted by the influences of the spring thaw. This western side of the Zealous was far less impacted by the deeper snows at the foothills of that colossal mountain chain. Between the influence of the plateau grabbing moisture from the air as it lifted over those eternal trees and the mountains themselves, forcing the air up over them, shedding most of its remaining humidity as snow before passing over their towering peaks. Ulrich wanted desperately to visit the mountains. In addition to their majestic beauty, they were the home of the Svartalfin, the dwarves renowned for their craft and for the sheer multitude of metals mined from beneath the bones of the range. It would have to wait, though, until after he'd handled the affairs of state. Unbidden came the whispers of violence that accompanied any conscious thought regarding the conflict to come. Another wrinkle that. He'd felt last night the Lord instinct keenly, its murderous rage spurring him forward. He couldn't deny that it probably played some role in his willingness to be less reserved in his use of destructive magics. Definitely a thing to keep tabs on. He couldn't have instinctive rage putting him into poor positions when more measured decisions achieved the same outcome with less expenditure of energy. Nothing was allowed to be simple, he mused. At some point, Taipan awoke from her nap, and began to shuffle around. Ulrich was curious until she obtained a set of carving tools from her pack and began to cut small saplings of a tree called scroll yew for the use of its bark in papermaking. Turns out it was also exceedingly straight-grained and made for acceptable arrows, if not quite as sturdy as the steelwood ones he'd provided her. She compromised by making these substantially thicker. It was fascinating to watch the near-casual ease with which his shadow split straight lengths of sapling down into quarters and then shaved them round with her knife. Rounded proto-shafts were then shaved with the edge. Instead of whittled, the blade held at a 90-degree to the wood and lightly brought to a smooth surface. It was methodical but swift, the application of thousands of hours of repetition. In a mere hour, she was holding 4 new arrow shafts. From a thin, narrow pouch on her pack was extracted a handful of long flight feathers, the fletches to be. On the coals of the fire, she placed a stone jar holding glue to warm. As the glue obtained its proper tacky sludge consistency, Taipan drew a bandolier of sheaths, which held arrowheads, in a way that reminded him of a gunner's ammo belt. The notches for the heads were carved in a mere minute and tied with thin bark wetted from her water skin, her fingers weaving with inhuman precision. At the moment she finished tying the last head into place atop its shaft, the glue was ready, this timing having been worked out decades ago. The glue was tracked thickly over the strands of fiber holding the arrowheads in place and cooled in a mere minute, hardening like wax. When she flicked her finger against it, though, it was hard as acrylic. Damn, that was pretty impressive, about as good as his glass resin. Lastly, she applied a thick coat of the slightly cooled glue onto the end of the shaft and tied her fletches into place, before coating the feather quills again to secure them. Once cooled, the finished arrows were slid into her quiver, its base slathered in a sludge holding a potent poisonous mixture that coated the arrowheads. The entire operation took an hour and a half. Now that was impressive. Ulrich whistled softly in appreciation. His comrade's eyes raised from her tasks to find his, curiosity clear in her expression. "What is this for, Ulrich?" she asked. "Just you being super good at being you, Taipan. It took me half a day to make that many arrows, and you go and knock them out like an assembly line." He complimented. "What is an assembly line?" Her eyes screwed up in confusion. "Just a really fast bunch of workers making things step by step," he said, carefully not mentioning the fact that almost all assembly lines in his world were completely automated, machines building other machines at scales that would likely beggar her imagination. "Oh, thank you, Glade Chief. It comes with practice. Your arrows were not of bad quality. If you like, I could teach you." His shadow offered generously. She'd be able to finish the task faster without him, and he knew it, so Ulrich jumped at the chance to learn the trade from an expert. "No kidding. Hells yes, I'll learn to fletch the elf way," he said, enthusiasm brimming. She smiled, genuinely pleased that he was interested in learning the hunter's methods, and rose to her feet. "First, you must recognize the correct source of lumber for the arrows. A poor choice here can waste hours of effort and make everything to come harder. Here, see this bark, see the striations. These tell you that this is a good grain, free from knots or burls that will ruin your work. That stand over there? It is useless for arrows. The rough patches of bark show where it dropped limbs many years ago and healed over, producing the sorts of imperfections that will only make arrows that break when you loose them from a powerful bow," she taught cheerfully. The rest of the afternoon was spent with the former hunter of Iriel, instructing Ulrich in the methods and tricks to elven arrow making. She even commented on his lack of a bow and suggested that they should be able to replace it, selecting a sapling of suitable dimension but not cutting it, saying only, "Greenwood is poor for staves, Ulrich. It must season 3 winters before use." It had been a fortunate thing that he had had the materials available for a laminated composite bow. Greenwood would dry and crack and lack the power of a properly aged stave. Normal wood did, anyhow. Magical steel-strong wood grown in Fern Gully and steeped in the densest mana field that could be found upon Varda's face. Who the fuck knew? Ulrich didn't question her. Her expertise was obvious. They ended up making another dozen arrows to fill her quiver. And no, that wasn't a euphemism. Actually, the rather quiet afternoon of peaceful activity was refreshing. If he didn't think at all about the future or recall the recent past, he could say, without qualification, that he was having the time of his life with Taipan. So when such thoughts reared their hydra heads, he smashed them ruthlessly and had a wonderful day with his shadow, another passable traveller's stew for supper, and an early repose, or so he thought. The dusky beauty had other thoughts when she rolled over on top of him and cupped his hands over her bottom. The not-so-early repose was certainly the more restful for its delay.